Hello, hello. Just waiting for you guys. If people are, when people are there, I'll start. Oh, hey ho. Yeah. So basically, what I'm again saying basically, much too many times. So I think that we have most of people online. Hello, hello. Just tell me if you're hearing me loudly and clear, and if everything's okay. So before that, I tried to. Yeah, cool. Thanks. I tried to tweak out a little bit before. Uh, I don't know. Being a noob with all that stuff is challenging. So okay, so we're ready to go. I just want to like greet you today and thank you again for tuning in. Uh, this is interesting experience for me, as you know, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to share those things. Uh, Before we start, I just wanted to like address one more thing, which is somebody asked me why do I do this really, because people are not quite, especially older people, are not really into that stuff. And the answer is because the more people look at those games, the more people play those games, then we potentially have more subjects to talk to about and talk about really. And there is a dream of mine which would be at one place and in time, maybe somewhere in the future, organizing somewhat of a convention for like a small one for people like nuts like us. This is like might consider this one of the for example, steps to get there, so to speak. But really, I like to share those things. So let's just start. We have a lot of slides to go through. We've got a lot of games to talk about. So if we're good to go, then let's start it. So today's subject is um, classical RPGs. We've got like 2 centuries of 2 centuries of hello, uh, 2 centuries of gaming. 2 centuries really, because talking about RPG is an interesting thing. What is an RPG? How did it started? Is crucial, I think, to one of the steps that we need to address before we get delve deeper. By the way, the music that I played, I hope it's not too loud. I hope it's not too loud. Is actually from one of the RPGs we'll be talking about today. This one's from Albion. So, but let's get through this. Like I added the one more thing to this screen, which is actually the dice jar thing that almost every pen and paper RPGer appreciates. So, but yeah, some introduction, some disclaimers, and credits, of course. So again, one disclaimer that is always needed to be expressed is that when it comes to RPGs, because they tend to delve into different topics, mature things. Most are combat oriented. Sex and violence and stuff like that are often subjects of the games. Then some consent is really needed here, because then I'll be showing stuff that might be or might not be and thing like nasty for some. Especially that those games are old and the cultural things and the focuses back then were slightly different. Again, one more thing, the huge credit goes there to Felipe Pepe and all every person that was co-creating the CRPG book that he wrote. This is like a huge thing. I've got it here with me, and like I just wanted to show you this. I know that this is kind of a commercial, but really it's not, because this book is available for free. The address I'll send you later on. I did it multiple times before on the group on Facebook. Um, so I took a lot of pictures from that one, but not only that, I took some pictures, some whatever pictures I was able to find on the internet. But a huge amount of footage and knowledge also about some things that I didn't know previously come from that book. Uh, Another thing is, I'm talking about those games because I finished a lot of those. I estimate that I finished around 90% of the stuff that I'll be showing today. And those 5%, except one game, are the games that I started and never completed because of things. You know how it is when you have newer games or life shifts your attention to something else. And one more thing that is very important is that this webcast is not about the past, really. This is about the present too, because we still play, not only me, but we still play those games. 2 days ago, I had a discussion with one of our members of our Facebook group that about one of the games that we'll be showing today, and he admitted, I'm not sure if Radek is today, if he joined the stream, but he told me that actually he played one of those games 2 days ago. So that's a present, and this is a really important thing. Those games are so good that it's really hard to switch to anything newer sometimes. Sometimes we pick a new game and then we find stuff in those new games that were there in some previous games, like 20 years ago, and we realized that 20 years ago that the game that we just remembered was better, and we just shut down the new thing and start again the old thing for the next time. So we're replaying those games again and again and again, and it never ends. So like it's probably some sort of insanity. So again, some popular games that you probably wanted or expect on that list and are not on that list are probably not from the 90s. So some games that you consider classics, like for example Gothic, is not a 90s game. So this was released in the 2000s, so it doesn't it's not a part of this presentation. So if you wondered what's the why and did I forget this, or haven't I played that, or what is the other reason of it, then I'll tell you that yeah, I know, but this is don't worry, this is going to be for the next one if you want me still to prepare stuff, because there is hundreds and hundreds of games that we need to talk about, or I need to talk to you about. So ideally, like I said before, it would be great if at one point in time we could organize something, meet up and like drink a beer, spend some time in some cool places, and just talk about games. That would be great, actually. But meanwhile, I'm just forced to tell you things about what I know and like create that basis ground for then whatever happens in the future. So chronology. Chronology here is quite important because you know this is how it was with the adventure games, that the time frames and the times and time steps and evolution is of course time and equipment when it comes to computer machinery related, but it's really hard to sometimes to get the game of a specific genre and put it into some specific time frame, because there are games that were, for example, created in 1995, but they feel and look like games created in 1985. So I distorted the chronology of releases a little to show actually the chronology of evolution, so to speak. So let's get to it. A fun fact. So let's start from the beginning. So what is a role-playing game? Everybody actually, or probably almost everyone today knows this, but this is actually as simple as that. Playing a game about playing a specific role, impersonation of character. Of course, we've got many other genres that impersonate the character, like adventure games and so on. So naturally thing is that this impersonation is followed by the fact that this impersonation is uh, needs to reflect reality more. So there is a system or mathematical model around those impersonations that would simulate the reality, and that's different than adventure, but because adventure is like only impersonation. So a fun thing is that the whole thing started in Prussia in 1810. Yeah, the very first game that we need to talk about is Kriegsspiel, because Baron von Reiswitz uh, he actually wanted to train military men, officers and commanders in Prussian forts that battle tactics. So exactly the same history as with chess, when in ancient India chess was used for training king's son to uh, utilize infantry, chariots, elephants, or whatnot on the battlefield. The same thing happened here in Prussia in 1810. And actually, 14 years later, we had a revised second edition when the son of the said Baron von Reiswitz, he created the second version, and it was so good that Prussian king ordered every regiment in Prussia to have a copy. So people were actually playing games to learn tactics. They provided the games were supplied with booklets, with rule sets, statistics of units, and so on. But they very and the most important thing is that dice and rolling the dice is there from the beginning. So Baron von Reiswitz Senior imagined that to simulate the randomized situations and reflect randomized and chaos of reality, one needs to use dice to simulate this. But the real thing that shifts the what is a miniature war game into what we call the role-playing game happened in 1876, when Colonel Julius Adrian Friedrich Wilhelm von Verdi de Vernois, like German and French together. Okay. Hardy for it's quite hard for me. So he imagined that dice rolls are not quite showing or reflecting the reality. So he called some so-called umpires, which were impartial judges. So the very first game master were Prussian officers of 1876. And so imagine the officers around the table deciding and talking about what the strategy of the units should be, and there were sad, very serious men around the table that would judge their decisions and tell what happened next. So this is like the very first game master role ever. In 1898, there was an English game called Jane's Fighting Ships that English and American also, because there were several versions on both sides of the Atlantic, to do the same stuff but with the sea battles. So there were rules and about like ship statistics, officer statistics, unit statistics, and so on, which would simulate the sea battles. And of course, the picture here is none other than H.G. Wells, the author of the famous book The Time Machine, and other English gentlemen doing the wargaming the same way we do it today. So he has a measurement instrument, which is, I think, some cord to measure distances and so on. And that's how the rule sets and rolls, dice rolls, and the game master rolls were formulated. So what's next? Of course, people are playing and simulating reality, and then the computer age starts. So we skip 100 years forward, when yeah, and actually, uh, the you know that computerization, real evolution of computers happens not in Europe but in the US. And at the time, when those computers are still primitive, Dungeons and Dragons and Gary Gygax's ideas of fighting dragons around tables and rolling the dice evolve, and do are almost every teenager of the time is thinking about I mean nerds, of course, because sport focused people are and the cool kids are not doing this at the time, but the non-cool kids, so nerds and geeks, actually are very into that. And those geeks then go to universities and graduate, and they are learning new technologies. So imagine this, that the computerization starts and companies are starting using computers for business, and then somebody wants to play his Dungeons and Dragons type of RPG during work hours. What happens then? Somebody hides the written game under a text editor, disguising it as a text editor. So the very first RPG ever on the computer was called P-Edit 5, which is actually really interesting how they were playing this P-Edit for a long time. It was a simple game. It had a D&D rule set, as you can see: strength, intelligence, constitution, dexterity. Item ideas were already implemented. Unfortunately, the Plato computer, which was the computer running this editor, was having some cool display capabilities. So there was graphics actually, and a representation that was more than text, and it was 1978. But after some time, somebody actually discovered that Pedit 5 is taking a lot of workers' efficiency, and they tried to remove it. There is, I think, one copy survived somehow, but majority of the software or RPGs from that era was gone. Like, there's no copy left in the world. But then, you know that I called it during the adventure game webcast, I called it an age of typing. And you know why? Because a lot of things were entered from keyboard. Mouse controllers mouse wasn't there yet. I think mouse was first used in the Apple set, so several years later. But other clones of Pedit 5 started to appear, like Moria. So one thing that is really interesting is that how everything was D&D focused, so to speak, and you can start to feel that Tolkien, J.R. Tolkien's vibe is still there. So one of the first games is called Moria. It really doesn't have much in common with the Tolkien-esque universe, Middle Earth or whatnot, but it is a dungeon. So one other things that is worth mentioning, that because the saving capabilities of the machines of the time were limited, there was no saving per se. So permadeath was always a case. So you died, you replayed the game, you never saved the game. The single session of the game was about reaching the possible deepest level of your dungeon, and your personal achievement or score was actually not only the amount of killed enemies, but also the level that you were able to reach. So, but still, only nerds are playing those games. This is for nerds, people that know those games for pen and paper tabletop world, and they just want to play those games at work. So here you have Beneath the Apple Manor game, which is absolutely text interface. This is text. This is not graphics. Old machines were operating in binary color sets, so you had black and white. So you can see that some lines are just background color of the lines is being changed, and the text color is inverted. But everything is text on this picture, and everything is entered by the keyboard. But the more you look at this, the more things start to represent things and in your head, like your imagination kicks in, and you no longer see after sometimes S's or Y's or G's or dollars or hashes. You see doors, you see monsters, snakes, and your character, and this is how it worked. So animation wasn't really there. It was just text refreshing, like you would play a text editor, but with rules. At the very beginning, in the year I was actually born in, so 1980, 40 years ago, there was a man called Richard Garriott. He's still there, don't worry. His pen name and nickname is Lord British, and he created something called Akalabeth, World of Doom. Akalabeth is a name taken again from the Tolkienesque universe, but it's misspelled because in Silmarillion, in Tolkien's Silmarillion, the very first book of the Silmarillion is called Akalabeth with 2L. And this is Akalabeth, just, to avoid any potential low problems or have a little disambiguation. This is Garriott's picture on the right, because he's one of those people that went to space, because he's a millionaire. Actually, I'm not sure if he's not a billionaire even. He's very, very rich man these days, and his fortune came from games. So back then he was a nerd writing his pen and paper RPGs into computers, and today he's like cool guy with a spacesuit, and actually he was there working on many games that you probably play. He was involved for a time, I think, in Guild Wars 1 even. And he's still there, but he's mostly known as the father of Ultima, and Akalabeth is actually a first Ultima. It's said he calls it like that. For him, this game started the whole Ultima series. So this is kind of a milestone. Very first thing is that he uses here, as you can see, he uses the first person perspective to visualize things, and this is revolutionary because like compare this to the thing that we've seen before, which is just a text editor or a top-down labyrinth. Now you have a first-person perspective in this thing. Of course, lines only, some vectors drawn in the simplest manner, but still something changed. Immersion happens here. But the rule set was really simple. You traversed a huge labyrinth or fortress with some food statistic, with some gold, and you fought monsters and gathered loot and food and tried to get as deep as possible. And then something happened that again was a really big milestone. The game called The Rogue was released, and that game started the whole roguelike genre. Why the croissant in the top right corner? That's because the croissant in Polish is rogal, and because roguelike is really hard for Slavic people for some reason, especially those that don't speak Western languages, everybody started calling this rogals. So even till this very day, when I was talking to people about some new releases and new games, somebody was like, rogal, right? Yeah, rogal. So the croissant. And the Rogue. Simple rule set. You got items, you've got statistics, levels, like with AD&D stuff, and And yes, it is like with Azure or Azure. I mean, people in Poland have problems with this A at the beginning. Most majorities saying Azure, 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 which is wrong. Azure or Azure. So that, yeah, so like people are changing stuff because for convenience and for that reason to make things simpler. But yeah, uh, permadeath is still there, and the idea is to traverse the labyrinth to find a staircase. And whenever you found a staircase, you could go down to the next level of the dungeon, deeper and deeper. And again, the achievement is actually getting the deepest possible. And again, no saving, permadeath, replayability is constant. People are probably gamers' mindsets are different at the time. Nobody expects this thing to be easy or save your progress. It's very core idea is that you need to lose your character at one point. And the fun comes from the fact that you're not impersonating one character, but many. And this corresponds to the idea of replaying many campaigns of the same role-playing game in a pen and paper world. So people today are really so invested in their character, they do everything to make those characters survive, even in a pen and paper world, sorry. But it's not the case, and it wasn't always the case. The biggest pleasure at the time, and in the D&D world, was coming from the fact that you could play many different characters with the same world and the same setting, and experience the world and the setting from the different perspectives of different characters. So that's why everybody everyone invested in the roguelikes even today likes the idea of dying and replaying and dying and replaying. So this is yeah, so this is, but you need to gain things from dying, and again, you need today you need to have a cookie and be able to eat a cookie. So world has become more pleasant or easier, but actually depends on the revision. So I'm a game master of Warhammer 1.5 because I dislike a second edition. So like I'm again okay boomer type of speaking from my perspective, but dying is like there's one of the RPG masters and developers, I mean pen and paper RPG developers called John Wick, yeah, like the Keanu Reeves character from the movies. And this guy created the RPG systems like the Legend of Five Rings, which is loosely based on the Japan, but this is a fantasy world, and one of the first words in that book is "This is not Japan," but it has samurai, right? And another book is that a system that created is Blood and Honor, and there he said something that actually every game master that read that had something shifted in their minds. Yeah, I know, Matt, that you're one of those, which is actually falling forward. So whenever your character dies, do make that character's death meaningful and make the story pleasurable because your character died. So maybe it makes the story a little bit sad and you like the sad ending, or maybe this character's death opens a world or opens the actions for another character. That's like dying can be definitely made worthwhile in RPGs. But then Roguelike because rogues became so popular because they were included in BSD Unix versions, so they were distributed with the system. So that's how the virus spread. Uh, the age of typing follows. So two big series are being created, Wizardry and Ultima. So Richard Garriott creates his own stuff. As you can see, it's still mostly the same thing, but has added graphics and overland map. Still keyboard operated, still simplistic, and hilarious typos to again provide some disambiguation from the real books like Silmarillion or the Lord of the Rings. So on the top right, you've got these monsters with wings, and it's called Balron, not Balrog, but Balron. So attacked by Balron, hit damage 187. So again, everybody knows where the roots are and what it refers to. Imagination does its tricks, but the typo is deliberate. While we're at it, if you want to experience the roguelike today, or maybe not today because this might be a long one, but tomorrow, get this game, Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's from 2015, and play it. This is actually a musical roguelike, and it will make you feel like those years, like 40 years ago. It's brilliant. I mean, multiple characters, many different game modes, character classes really, and a very fun storyline. Absolutely great. So if don't go into the old roguelikes, play this one instead. This is my recommendation if you haven't already. But the age continues. Yeah, music is brilliant. So Ultima starts to define the adventure-like storytelling, and in Ultima you start having NPCs. You are visiting NPCs, talking to NPCs. You're starting to lead a party of characters. Something unheard of before, because before you just led one character and that's all. That's it. Now you have a party. And a Sierra. That Sierra from those adventure games that we've discussed in a previous webcast is a publisher of Lord British's works. So he has quite substantial financial backing there. And what Richard Garriott says, the Ultima 4, which is the one on the left, quest of Avatar shapes the Ultimas. It provides a virtue system. It provides a lot of subsystems that will affect the roleplays later on. But still, these games are still pretty primitive by today's standards. They're just milestones. But then another milestone happens in 1984, which is again 36 years ago. But somebody imagined that using Greek mythos would be a good idea to use in RPGs. So they actually started to use whole Heracles tasks myth so 12 tasks of Heracles to tell a story, and then that's probably the first time when the CRPGs are going epic scale. When you had an overland, this is definitely the first one that distinguished an overland map from the location map. And here you can see that you walk on the Peloponnesus from city to city, from ruin to ruin. By the way, I even can recognize, even though the graphics is primitive, I can say I know that the one of these is Nafplio, the one, I'm not sure, I think you should see my cursor, so this is Nafplion, and this is Corinth, for sure. So you can traverse the Peloponnesus. You can uh, employ different characters. You can walk and do those quests. If you know the Greek mythos, the game is probably easier. There's not many hints around. It's solely based on players' ingenuity, but it felt epic. As you can see, the graphics even added some cool nuances like columns, classical columns, and even somebody wanted to create a Parthenon apsid, which is like these things at the top. So they know at this time that the climate and the setting is everything to RPGs. And you've got 90 selectable characters, overlooks, and so on. So this is a milestone for sure. Then another one in the same year is actually the age of Lords of Midnight, as I would say this year, because on ZX Spectrum machine, an Englishman, unfortunately he passed away several years ago, but his name was Mike Singleton. He created something called Lords of Midnight on a truly epic scale with multiple characters, and he has done something again unheard of. He introduced an ability of dividing your party. So you could have, for example, 4 characters, and 2 were on the far east of the continent, and 2 other were on the far west. Because you could go there, you could split, like I don't know, the Fellowship splits in the Lord of the Rings, and that alone made the game really interesting. But then you could meet armies, NPCs, fight enemies, find magic items, and of course graphics. Graphics at the time, what he did here was layering of distances, and he found out the way of algorithmically drawing multiple layers of distance on the same picture, and it wasn't the capabilities of machines at the time were very limited, so this was a huge feat. And that's probably one of the first person blobber. Blobber stands for the party of characters was called a blob because it moved like a blob. But this blobber is different because you can divide blob into 2 smaller blobs and move with those smaller blobs. So you could turn around with this engine, go forward, go backward, run away from enemies, and so on. The time system was introduced, so night, day, and so on. That game had 2 more following parts. The Doomdark Revenge was a more complicated version of the Lords of Midnight, and then there was a Citadel in 1995, I believe. So really epic story, by the way. Again, another title that's probably very known is Bard's Tale. Bard's Tale tried to introduce both a feeling of epicness and the blobber feeling, but it was killed by too many random encounters, and who played that game knows that this game was insane when it comes to amount of monsters you need to fight to reach some place. So this was killing the pleasure at all, because somebody just figure out that the fighting is what's the most interesting. No, it's not. Fighting is just one of the things. So as you can see on this picture there, the game is self-conscious of that fact, really, because this monster says, like the party says, "Give me a break. Where do they come from?" So, give me a break. Actually, the game is absolutely aware of the fact that there's too many random encounters in it. So, but battles are epic scale. So the party fights 11 ape grants, 5 familiars, and 3 sorceresses. Right. unheard of, right? Today it would be probably, if you place that many characters in the battlefield, it would be probably considered a strategy game, not an RPG game, right? Now that's like nobody thought that way before, so people were thinking in somewhat different manner. That was Phantasie was one of the most interesting things. So because yeah, of course. The Phantasie was interesting because it introduced what we discussed before, which is dying can be fun, and the character's progress was in this game is judged by the devil when character dies, and because of certain feats and steps that player had taken or not, the devil can resurrect the character or turn the character into the undead. So your character can be a zombie the next or a skeleton the next time you play. Your character becomes a boss. So you fight your own character in the next playthrough, which is really, really interesting. As you can see, this one was made in the age of mouse control. So you've got the menus and party options and some simplistic graphics. Oh, Starflight. Starflight is a legendary game because Starflight is a sci-fi weird RPG of flying a spaceship and meeting aliens. There was a permadeath in it, of course. Your progress based on diplomacy, talking with aliens, could be shattered by one message everybody feared, which was you encountered unidentified object, which was, oh boy. That probably meant that you'll need to fight, and that fight will probably make you bleed. So, and the story progression was timed, so whatever you done in the world, story was progressing based on some dates or some events. So you could lose even by not dying, but by doing stuff that you were supposed to do. So this was really interesting. The battles actually were arcade, not turn-based or anything like that. It was arcade because that is the era of arcade battles. So, but yeah, I've remembered because it was so revolutionary. It really created a feeling of immersion, of captain of space ship going like where no human has gone before. Starflight was around 1985, I think. Let me check. I don't want to mislead you. I've got no 1986 actually. So yeah. Oh, alter ego. First thing, I think that there are remakes of this today, and obviously when somebody makes a remake of the really old game, that means that that game is important. And I'd say that alter ego is revolutionary because first of all, it's choice driven. Second of all, it's not combat oriented. It's about life. At the very beginning of the game, your character is born. And then you are being raised, and then you become your own owner or person with your own will, and then you lead your character through life. It's really sexist, as I written there, because the society roles are from the 80s, so women at the time were expected to stay at home and cook and whatnot. Men are like collar workers, which really, when you play this today, it's really annoying at times when you see like, no, it's an 80s game, but sometimes feels like more like 50s or 60s because of that. So that's like a negative opinion about this game, but the number of combinations is insane. I actually became a beggar at one place in that at one time during one of my playthroughs, and I was murdered for a dime by someone in a dark alley. Or in other playthrough, I became a power-hungry adulterer that would woo and then pick up girls and do like break marriages and so on. Yeah, and this feels like The Sims, right? So it is, because The Sims is an RPG. Nobody says this out loud, but The Sims is an RPG, and this is very similar because you roleplay a character. And the thing is that it's really interesting. It has multiple options. The presentation is simplistic, so you see those cards and texts, but that's enough, because this is a story progression as you'd read a book about some character, and I strongly advise you to find it and try it if you are interested into that kind of thing. This is absolutely rememberable, so thumbs up. So a very important stage is mentioning that in 1978 the networks were introduced in the USA, Berkeley and other MIT and other universities, but they actually started networking and started playing games, text-based games like those text-based adventures we talked during the adventure podcast, but online. And somebody thought that it would be a great idea to create a text-based RPGs with statistics and mathematics, hit points, spell points, and whatnot, and be able to play with your friends. So we've got a beginning of multi-user dungeons, so-called MUDs, and the evolution is like they're slowly evolving from 1978 to 1987, where the MUD officially, the very first MUD, is shut down. But the MUD idea continues. This will become MMOs later on. So as you can see, this is their explanations. Things are shown. The game, like an adventure game, tells you where you are. So there are two obvious exits. So down, then you can meet with other players, talk to them, fight the same creature, and explore labyrinths, and even fight like do PvP with other players. So kind of a mix of adventure game with RPG plus networking. Very important thing. Fun fact: when I started studying in 1999, we had a Unix Linux labs at the Technical University, and after labs we would stay for 1 or 2 more hours to play mods. So it's like even 20 years ago it was still the thing. Summary, because we're closing to that very 80s age, to the end of it. So the same case as with adventure games, more UI is needed. You need to show those, not only the text and literary fragments or whatnot, but you need to show statistics. Spreadsheets, that's what we still use, the word we still use for some games. We've got spreadsheet RPGs, spreadsheet strategies. That means that there's a lot of factors and numbers involved, and those games naturally needed those numbers because they were actually statistic driven. Heavily battle focused with permadeath, made to annoy at times, of course. Annoy, as with arcades. Arcades were also to annoy you, to make you focus and make your reflexes better, and so on. Simple characteristics, not many skill sets yet. So a D&D or D&D basis, but things only like hit points, spell points, items, and basic statistics are there, not much more. Except for Ultima 4, because Ultima 4 had other stuff like virtue system and so on. So this is really a milestone. But then moods are the thing, and generic D&D stuff at the time. And then another age appears. So actually, graphics. So as with adventure games, this is the very same situation when you have better power, computing power, and things are being displayed in a better way. And in Japan, actually, they're really having very talented developers, and big corporations are driving some really neat consoles like Famicom and so on. So teenagers in Japan are really happy at the time, because the West is still into numbers and spreadsheets when the teenagers in Japan or kids in Japan are playing those games with graphics. And actually they're playing the very first action RPGs, because here you have is series is one of the two biggest series that come from the Nihon Falcon. The very first, the screen to the right is actually from a remake. That's an important information. So again, this is a game worthy of a remake, and the is one of the series of the two series that Nihon Falcon created, legendary series. And which is the other series? Does anybody know? What's the other Nihon Falcon product that I praise so very much? Well, yeah. Okay. Trails. Trails in the Sky, Trails of Cold Steel. Trails are from that company, from Nihon Falcon. So and East and Trails are the two major plot lines, Trails. So Kiseki in Japanese. So basically, this is yes. um, so these guys from Trails makers, and I consider Trails in the Sky and the Trails Saga to be one of the best computer RPGs of whole time. Is from that company. So it was, but the very important thing is here that is, as you can see, is a very limited from the RPG standpoint. So you've got HP, experience, and gold, not much more than that. But it's action oriented, so action RPGs happen in 1987. The same year, we've got Fairy Tail Adventure, which is a mix of adventure game with RPG. There were two parts to the left. The screenshot to the left shows the second part. The first part was, however, more interesting because you couldn't steer all three brothers at the same time, because the protagonist of this game is... Okay, no, don't worry. Don't worry. That's cool. Important thing about this game is that you started as the oldest brother. Then when the eldest brother died, then the middle brother, as in a fairy tale of sorts, which its name is the Fairy Tale. Then the middle brother left home and needed, like on this picture to the right, you can see that Philip meets Julian's ghost. So Julian was died, unfortunately, and now player has the second life of Philip to try to complete the quest. And very important thing is that, as you can see in this picture, there is a very much adventure-like interface there. You've got items, magic, talk, buy, game, yell, say, ask, and so on. So this is a weird blend of RPG and adventure game, mouse-driven. And I really like what David Janer, the creator of this game, said, which is that they actually the way of making games was start with the basic engine and add details like crazy, and that's the receipt. That's the way of making a game that is successful. Important thing is that David Janer worked on The Sims, so this is one of the Sims creators. So these guys started in the 80s. Oh, as you can see before, I'm really speechless on this one. Yes, I am, because it's really hard for me to tell what was the experience of the dungeon master. This is really the father, mother, and an uncle of all modern blobbers, because the scale of this dungeon, the systems that were implemented, which is not only like eating and drinking, as you can see it to the right, but types of weapons, what one can do with a simple water skin or a water or a empty glass bottle. You needed bottles not only to store water, but if you wanted potions, you needed to have the glass bottle. Containers, of your backpack, as you can see on the right, those squares was limited. But if you had more containers, you could store those containers in your backpack. But then you needed to look into weight of those items. Then during combat, you had with this one weapon you had different options, like you could swing, parry, chop, whatnot. Then to the left you can see those weird runes above the Hisa and in Wolf's panel, which were spellcasting runes. You needed to remember there was a really intricate system of spellcasting. The first rune was about spell power. The second rune was about the spell element. The third rune was about the spell kinetics. So if you said medium power, fire, flying, then you had a firebolt. If you said, for example, full power, fire, shield, then you had a fire shield. And of course, those runes were used by clerics in a different way. When they were holding a bottle, then they could enchant the liquid in the bottle with those runes. This was really insane. And it's 80s. Another thing you can see there is actually the team placement. So in the top right corner you have colors saying who's where in the party, because you could be attacked from the right, and if you're attacked from the right, then the red one and the yellow one are the ones taking damage. And that's actually what happened very often. Well, about blobbers. Blobbers had one way of dealing with stuff, and that way was a so-called blobber dance, which is sometimes you needed to do a step back, step right, and turn. And often enemies would follow you in that pattern, but when you repeated that pattern and you had enough place in the labyrinth to repeat that pattern, you could always slash the enemy and just by the second avoid being slashed in return. So this is how many actually beat on that game. But really insane. If a person died, if a character died, then its skeleton was on the ground, and you could carry that skeleton and all its items to the resurrection shrine. Otherwise, you needed to deal with 3 characters only. And at the very end of the labyrinth, there is a dragon waiting, and a really bad guy called Chaos waiting as well. So killing that guy was really challenging. Illusionary walls, clever dungeon puzzles. It was really claustrophobic and a nasty place, and I spent dozens of hours in that game. So absolutely, I couldn't play it today because there are other things probably better, but at the time it was absolutely stunning and insane. One more thing about this one is that actually when you entered the labyrinth for the very first time, you didn't have any character selected. So the character selection was based on touching some pictures on the walls in the very first threshold of the labyrinth. And the characters there, you could only, of course, pick 4 characters, but the characters were like, there was a Chani from the Dune, there was some elf from some other system. So you could have as you can see here on this screenshot, the second character in this party is actually Gothmog. And Gothmog was most probably the Nazgul, but in the Peter Jackson's movie trilogy, they made him an orc. That burnt-faced orc in the Return of the King is Gothmog. But no. these guys in this game knew better that Gothmog in this one is a Nazgul, and he looks like a Nazgul. So thumbs up. So SSI is a legendary company because they made a lot of RPGs, mostly spreadsheet likes, but what they did revolutionary there was that they started creating games based on popular franchises. At this time, AD&D is beginning to be a thing, and people actually want to participate in adventures they know from the books. So you can see Alias with her lizard on the top, bottom right corner. This is one of the covers of the books. Yeah, actually, this Chainmail Bikini Time, or this is more like a scale armor body, I think, not a bikini. But then she was a character from one of the Dungeons and Dragons books, and she was very, very popular. She was as popular as Drizzt is now in AD&D. So as you can see, with Pulse of Radiance, Champions of Kryn, so two major worlds of Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance are the thing. So two big book series, two big fantasy genres or sagas. So you could meet Alias in one of those games, and everybody was, "Whoa, Alias is there in the game!" It really feels great because I met Alias. And then they started introducing this thing, and they cashed a lot of games because of that. So not only Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance, but also Ravenloft. So these are like sub worlds of AD&D. By the way, music in the background that you hear now is from Betrayal at Krondor, but that's probably important later on. Sorry. So SSI creates a really neat graphical representation at the time, so it's still 80s. It was really nice, really cool graphics, and you planned tactics by looking at those pictures. That was really cool. Minecraft at the time created the Magic Candle series, which was very similar to what you've seen before when it comes to rule sets and how you played and so on. Different graphics representations, crafting skills, really a lot of crafting skills, recruitable NPCs, adventure-like system. Absolutely great. So as you can see, this adventure-like system was at the bottom. You can see walk, magic, recall, transfer, use, eat, ask, pass, and you had those verbs to use. So this really, it was cool at the time. At the time, the legendary series of Wizardry was created. It had outdated graphics, but a very talented graphic designer. So what this guy could do with those simple pixels, as you can see, this is some really neat pixel art, and that game was really funny. To the left you can see the duck, the duck of sparks that actually want to tell player something about the spirits, and then you type down the spirits, and then that's how you interact with those NPCs. And this, at the time, you've seen that there were better games, so this wasn't remembered by anybody really. Only that graphics, that cool drawings are still in people's minds today. But it's worth to know that Wizardry, which is going to be become one of the best, if not the king of blobbers, as one of my friends says, was actually slowly evolving at the time. Then Infogrames, the French company, introduced something called Draken. Draken was a very annoying game. It has a cool graphics, right? Really nice visualization and so on. But oh boy, how annoying that game was. Labyrinths were really complex and stupid at times. So complex, stupid. weird enemies. Dog head. You could be attacked by a dog head or a dancing woman. Then there was a possibility in that game to be insta killed by one of the NPCs if you done something wrong and you didn't know what that was. Um, so if not for the graphics, I wouldn't be bothered to play it more. I haven't completed that game. It's one of those, but I played some hours and then it was too much for me. So that it was really nice. It had a nice character selection and nice character creation, but overall, no, it wasn't my my selection, my choice. Uh, During the adventure games cast, we were talking about the quest for glory as an adventure game. Now it's time to talk about the quest for glory as of RPG game. As you can see, our hero character has quite neat stats there. So strength, intelligence, agility, vitality, luck, magic, communicate skills, then stealth, picklocks, throwing, climbing, acrobatics, and really those things are used in the game. So like I said during the adventure game webcast, the class determined the playthrough really, because thief could steal and open locks, while mage could, or wizard actually, could do things like cast spells and fireballs and magically use magic staffs, communicate with the magical spirits and so on. Paladin, though, could disenchant or help doomed creatures and so on. The completely different playthroughs. So to experience Quest for Glory games, you not only have to play 5 games in a row, but play those games for 20 times actually. Because you've got 3 immediate classes: fighter, thief, and a wizard. But there is one more class to be gained in the second game, which is the paladin. So less than that, 18 or 17 times to experience everything. So, and it was really worth it. I really like that blend. It's a good adventure game and a cool RPG in that manner. So the worst combats are probably in the 5th and 4th game. Combat system in the 3rd game was really nice. So that screenshot below when the hero is fighting in the ant is from the 3rd game. The one to the left is, I think, from the 2nd. So, but it was really nice, and you had to eat during the game, sleep, and so on. So one of those cool RPGs. Mixing blends starts happening, so people want more than just RPGs often. And there is a game called Windwalker and this second part called Mobius, which is focused on an Eastern vibe. Actually, this is interesting because this game has only 3 quests and very, very small world. And somebody wanted to make an action-oriented game when you would fight kung fu or Eastern martial arts, and still would have an RPG experience. Die system was interesting, dying system, because then when you died, you didn't die really, but if you died for the 10th time, then permadeath was introduced. So actually, the setting was really interesting. Authors added a bibliography in the instruction, so, and in the game. So there's a lot of reading if you want to learn about Eastern culture. That game wanted to accomplish that, but unfortunately, the combat is its weakest part, and rock paper scissors, and not really interesting and annoying at some time. But really interesting to know that there was something like that. There are some people that actually like that game. Okay, now I want to pause a music for a little and then play another music. And the music that I just play at the very moment is from that game. So, this game is probably one of the most horrible, when it comes, I mean, traumatic experiences I have had as a teenager in gaming. Well, it's a weird blend of RPG and strategy with a following story. 7 soldiers in Vietnam were returning from, yes, it can be considered an RPG. Let me tell you why. Because those 7 soldiers are being shot by the Viet Cong over the jungle, and they land 50 miles from their military base. The task of a player is quite simple: get those people alive to their US military base. You've got 7 soldiers. They have mental and physical stats. Majority of their stats because they have specializations. But those stats are hidden. That game is made for you to look at those people not as a fighter, cleric, and a wizard, but people. You have 7 soldiers, tired. As you can see on this picture there, on this screenshot there, Case, after the crash, has a slight concussion because those settings, those conditions were randomized at the beginning. So Case had slight concussion, Kane has bruised ribs, and Mo has superficial cuts. And these were people. These people got hurt. Those people died if you played not well enough. But that wasn't the most horrible thing. I'll get there. Let me just tell you that the Weaver, the game is over when Weaver dies. Weaver is the officer here. Weaver is you. So you're the Weaver, and you need to get your men alive to your military base. During the experimentation of the game, you learn that Blom is actually an Aikido second dan. So he could fight those Viet Cong scouts in hand-to-hand combat in a very, very best way than others. So you would make him often a scout, but he couldn't be a scout for all the time because then he would just be exhausted or mentally exhausted even. Bachman, Bachman was a second dan. Blom was actually the machine gun operator, and one of those, I don't remember which one, was a cool sniper. So, or was it? I don't. I'll check it later on. So, one of those soldiers knew how to use explosives and so on. But the most horrible thing about this game was the fact that it was war, and you not only were chased by Viet Cong soldiers, not only you were installing booby traps on the trees. So those mines or booby traps that you left would kill them following in your footsteps. But there were really horrible situations when you when you entered Vietnamese villages, and if your soldiers were starving, there were options to rob those people or kill those people for rice. And horrible situations. Some of those villagers were, of course, supporting Viet Cong. So if you wanted to learn where there are the Viet Cong soldiers around, there was a possibility to actually commit war crimes to learn where is the Viet Cong. Torture and so on. Absolutely horrible. But this game was so difficult, and when you reach the ending was actually the Star Stripe banner, US banner flowing in the wind, with a scrolling text that hey player, now you understand why the war is hell. And I was just a teenager back then, and I was like, oh shit, it is. And absolutely magnificent work. As you can see here, the music is great. There was digitized sequences, movie-like sequences during play. So yes, it had arcade elements, it had arcade sequences and so on, but this can be considered an RPG. That's because you had stats and a party, really. But let's go forward. Oh, Midwinter. Midwinter is the very first immersive post-apo RPG, and I mean it. In many ways, people consider Fallout being the best post-apo, but I don't think it's true. I think that there are other games that I think about more fondly than I do about Fallout, and Midwinter is one of those. So the plot is really simple. The weather catastrophe happens because of some asteroid impact, and the world is now a huge snowball. Majority of the population dies. The ones that were far south are able to sustain or try to farm things, but plant some plants and so on, but only near the natural thermal fissures, which are named heat mines. And of course, when the civilization regains some foothold and tries to stand from their knees, power struggle starts, and there is one dictator that wants to control every heat mine, and there is a number of resistance fighters led by Captain John Stark that want to oppose that dictator. And oh boy, this game is it has vector graphics when you use skis, traverse the vector mainland and so on, but then you meet NPCs. You use synchronized time with those NPCs. Those NPCs play in turns, so when the John's turn is over, then somebody else's, for example Gunn's or Christensen's turn starts. Then you cooperate with, you recruit NPCs, cooperate, try to gain foothold in many villages, and try to beat your enemy. General Martins was his name? I don't remember really. So absolutely amazing. Icon-based interface, weird. Really kind of weird by today's standards, but it was really worthwhile. And what absolutely killed, like I'll get there, because the very important thing here is that it's the vector graphics was really neat, and it was probably the very first 3D game, like real 3D, when I was walking on some open world. So open world vector 3D, really depressing somewhat, some environment, but really cool game. At the time, Sid Meier, which we know from Civilization games and those simulations like the Pirates and so on, created something that they really long for a remake. There were people that wanted to create a remake of the Sword of a Samurai, but there's some legal issues about this game or something that make this game still in the past. Well, it's still, you can get it on Steam, I guess, or on GOG, but it's still the old one, the old version. And in that game, you impersonate a poor samurai from the lowest tier of samurai clan, so you're just a regular retainer. And you pick your beginning stats, so melee prowess, honor, and so on. And you start wandering the land, doing stuff for your daimyo, and visiting shrines, visiting tea ceremonies. Absolutely immersive. Things like infiltrating, of course there are arcade sequences there, in which you would fight duel with other samurai or infiltrate samurai castles to save somebody or kidnap a princess or save a princess or not a princess really, but for example a daughter of your daimyo. Hostage, actually, as in medieval and later Sengoku Jidai Japan, hostages was always a thing used in wartime. So this is absolutely represented by this game. And the more you escalate the social ladder of Japanese culture, or samurai ladder, actually, the game shifts. So at the very top, when you are becoming general or even a daimyo at one point, you no longer wander the land as a poor ronin, but you command armies. Then you deal with the great diplomacy, and your aim is to become shogun, of course. So multiple screens, absolutely. I tend to play this from time to time, and still it's really worthwhile. Really cool setting and climate. Sid Meier has done more than that. He also created the best secret agent simulation I have ever seen, which is also a similar RPG to the Swords of Samurai. This is called Covered Ops. As for the stats, you can see that there are 4 actually: combat average, for example, driving average, crypto average, and electronics average. And you would go on missions. You would wiretap buildings, crack codes, infiltrate buildings armed, and shoot, like indulge in shootouts with some secret organizations. Multitude of secret agent activities. I still long for a remake of this one too, because it's really cool. Of course, arcade sequences as well, but those arcade sequences in those games are easier. The bigger your stat is, the easier the combat sequences are, for example. And this is really neat. I mean, very cool thing. And then the Midwinter 2 comes. And Midwinter, by the way, Midwinter is Mike Singleton's work. This is the same guy that created those Lords of Midnight on ZX Spectrum that I've shown you before. Midwinter 2 was, I remember that in 1993 or 1994, was it? During the winter break, I had a pleasure to play this game for a whole 2 weeks. And oh boy. This is exactly the same setting, but years later, John Stark wins the battle. Earth is no longer the snowball, and sea level drops, so their little islands are created, and then 2 major factions, so Agora and the Empire of Africa, tried to fight each other for dominance over those islands. So the Africa is really, these are bad guys, and Agora again works as a rebel freedom fighter there, and you're liberating those islands just to defeat those Africa imperialists in the end. So what's interesting here, that you can, as you can see, the character creation was really neat. You could pick your face, and then you could customize noses, eyes, and so on, which is really it was unheard of at the time. Skills are very similar to the part 1, which is reflexes, tardiness, and so on. And that's the very first game in which I managed to seduce a prison guard to let me out, which was actually absolutely, I was like, wow, I haven't played any game before that allowed me to do this. So I would go, for example, try to avoid any combat, because I had small stamina or small reflexes, but I could talk to people a little better than the average Joe. So I would go from NPC to NPC and employ them, and then I would convince NPCs to, for example, destroy enemy or organize raids on enemy forces and then enemy bases. Absolutely NPC interaction based, and still this 3D world was convincing. It was also a simulation. You could fly planes, drive cars, or even ride a mountain car, like a cable car. So something really revolutionary. Can you see that one? So whenever I talk about Princess Maker 2, which is from 1988, people are like, whoa, that's weird. You were supposed to talk about RPGs. Well, I am. This is an RPG about raising daughter. So, in the beginning, the deity comes to you and hands you over this small, infant and says, the destiny needs you to raise that infant to be the destiny changer for everyone. And you are just a adult that raises his or her daughter. And it's difficult. So, as you can see, there's a lot of stats there. Stamina, strength, morality, faith. Of course, these are not your stats, but her stats. You're, of course, allowed to name your daughter. And, whoa. By the standards of today's world, because this is a Japanese game, that tells a lot. Some things might not be considered very politically correct, because you can raise your daughter to be a prostitute, basically. You can raise your daughter to be absolutely evil. You can raise, but on the other hand, you can raise your daughter to be absolutely calm, perfect princess for a prince. So she would agree with him to everything. She will actually not have her own personality because it's needed by the politics, just to present her as a potential childbirther for a prince or something. So multiple of situations. Of course, I never could play this game in any other way, but instead I would make her a really strong woman during my playthrough. So she was very self-sufficient, and she would combat everyone that would tell her what to do and so on. And RPG system, there is of course an overland RPG when you can arm your daughter, and then you can operate her and play her play with her figurine with some action RPG of Japanese action RPG like the East was that I've shown before. So there is an overland map in which you can kill monsters and gain loot, but that's not the most interesting part. The most interesting part is actually sending her to classes, gaining skills, and then participating in majority of challenges or pushing the story forward. So if she's good at etiquette, if she knows how to behave and talk about religion, because she participated in the Sunday, she was taking part in mostly in the Sunday school or something, then she could behave in the court. She could talk to the prince correctly, she could talk to the king correctly, she could enchant the queen and the bishop, because bishop would talk to her about religion and she would be able to respond with, yeah, I know this stuff, of course, and talk about theology. So, this was interesting to see. And the very end of the game is actually checking points, checking what you did, and checking what was her destiny really. So, and that is really a multitude of endings. So, so self-sufficient, black Nazgul-like lady or Darth Vader-like lady that rules the Empire was one of my favorite choices. So yes, you should play this game. It's absolutely worthwhile even today. So go. No, you need to play this 88 version, but it's on GOG probably. So I think that there, like, it's available in one of those systems that you can acquire games from. Let me just play Betrayal at Krongor once more. So, another screenshot. Now you see what I mean. So, school dress, our princess. Yeah, there are multiple versions of those games, but I think that every other is just a tribute, and that Princess Maker 2 was actually the best one. So I'm still waiting for some top-notch remake of this one. But yeah, go for the second part, really. So on this picture you can see that she's wearing a black dress, so she's an evil queen in there. Then you have her dressed for a nightclub, so I'll not tell you what she's going to do probably. And at the bottom you've got her participating in cleaning activities at home and learning farming. Under the watchful eye of a farmer there. So yeah, go for the experience. Go for it. Experience it yourself. Really. Japan. Oh, Japan. Koei and those companies were like Nihon Falcom they were having really nice ideas. So Genghis Khan. I know that in English people often call him Genghis, but the original pronunciation of his name is Chingis, and that's how actually people say it in Polish, Genghis Khan. So let's stick to the Mongol pronunciation, so Genghis Khan, and this is a strategy. Strategy on the epic level, like Warhammer Total War or Total Wars or other strategy games. Yeah. There was actually a German 80s dance band that was called Genghis Khan. And they had a very mimetic. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you. So this is an epic strategy, but with RPG elements. So Genghis Khan has his advisor Borchu, but Genghis Khan has a lot of kids that he would make with his wife or wives, because this is one of those Japanese games when you enslave every damn princess that you of any conquered country that you stumble upon. And you're not only allowed to, this is not only about playing Genghis Khan. You can play as Minamoto Moritomo, so Japan, Kamakura period. You can play as English king, you can play as French king. So this is not only that, but the player would name his kids with the following names: Extreme Cool, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, C-3PO, Anakin, Joti, Cho-Chun-Han, Imanuman. So these are children. And Extreme Cool is age 23, so he can be a general now. So you can promote him to a general, and he's a lousy politician, politics C, but war leader A. War tactician A, leader A, and charm has A, so a cool diplomat. But he's probably not quite good to become a governor because he's not not dealing very well with the policies of the state. So you've got those stats there, and it's heavily character based. So you can see that there is a blend of RPG elements and strategies. So you get you rule by characters. So this is really interesting. Very controversial. In Japanese version, sex scenes, there is a sex minigame in what was released in United States. Sorry. In Europe, the sex scenes are completely removed from the game. This is probably the very first game, The Immortal, that was looking like Diablo and played like Diablo. So you were a wizard and you traverse the dungeon and fight monsters, go through very difficult puzzles, avoid traps, and so on. So not really an RPG per se, but Diablo-like experience, and with cool isometric view and graphics, so pretty rememberable, and was really shown in many new magazines at the times, and as a top-notch graphical thing. So we reach chapter 2 ending, and the summary is that, you know, shiny graphics and music are becoming to be the thing, so people are expecting graphics. Complex RPG systems are becoming to be used. Storytelling background is a game changer, so people are mostly into trying to see your favorite book characters in games, and combat simulations need to become meaningful, so you need to have a storytelling around this combat, and you need to know why you're actually killing those goblins. So there's no more fun in just slaying 50th goblin, but you can slay 5th goblin, but you need to know why. Genre blending, epic scale is this thing. So now at this time the genre is established now about among both CRPG and RPG players. So that means that people from regular pen and paper RPGs that were only focused on RPGs are coming to CRPGs and comment on those, and people from CRPGs learned that something like tabletop pen and paper RPGs is there, and they would start playing RPGs. So I was, an example of the CRPG guy going to RPGs. So this is the time. And now the chapter 3, which is the age of established genre, the 90s. So, you know, adventure games went on a new level, and those companies often dealt both in adventure games and RPGs, so our CRPGs naturally follow the footsteps, graphical and musical and storytelling like. All devs are convinced that graphics and sound are important to immersion at that time, and everybody wants to have those sparkles in their games. Recreating the real pen and paper is a problem all the time, because imagination has no limits, and game masters are not limited by technicalities. But when you want to recreate the storytelling the way a game master is relaying it to his or her players, or their players, really, let's be politically correct. So it's really hard to implement that system. It's really hard to simulate that system. Every quest or every reaction has to be a separate line of code or separate section of code. And that means that the more you, like, tree branches of a storytelling you want to introduce, the more complexity, the bigger complexity of the code happens. So recreating is a problem, but they're trying. And this is about to change. The screenshot that you can see now on the screen is closely related to the music you hear in the background. This is from the Betrayal at Krondor. And this game is basically a book. So I'll talk about this. I just wanted to show you that this section of text that you can see on the screen is storytelling on an epic scale that would completely want your immersion and create the immersion. Like expectation was that you play games now with your heated cheeks and redder cheeks, and you cannot wait to what happens next. And only in between those moments of emotional attachment, you focus intellectually on micromanagement, stats, and so on. So to speak, simulation RPG elements are a respite from the emotional part of the story. That's what they try to accomplish. So, naturally, where to start? With The Lord of the Rings. So this game is a failure, but it tried. It tried really hard. They tried to introduce quest outcomes and things slightly different than there were in the books. So the game wasn't too easy for people that actually read the books and know where to go and who to talk to, and so on. So one of the first things in the Shire in Hobbiton that you can do in the first game, because there are two games. The Return of the King was never created, only the Fellowship and the Two Towers were made. So one of the first things to do in the Shire is to find search the library and find the word Elbereth in the books, which acts as a spell of sorts. So you could search the Shire and talk to the NPCs and so on. Combat was simple and annoying, blocking characters, simple by options, but annoying and cumbersome when it started to unravel. So, and the artwork was questionable. So, Lord of the Rings fans were not really into green orcs because they, at the time, knew the artwork related to the Lord of the Rings, and the artistic visions of the Lord of the Rings of the time were different. So it didn't sell. Nazguls were okay though. Nazgul kills Frodo Baggins. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see, right? Heimdall 1 and 2. Norse mythos, very cool mythology. Heimdall 1 was a game about Heimdall, really, because Norse Germanic dialects, as far as I know, don't do I when you've got EI, but Heimdall. So the thing is that in the first game you had a party and party management. In the second game it was you were either Heimdall or a Valkyrie, and it was mostly an arcade isometric adventure-like game. The first one was more RPG-like. Really cool, fun voyage through the Norse mythos. Quite hilarious with some mini games. Really pleasant experience. Highly praised at the time. Nice to know. And it was isometric, which you know that is becoming a thing at the time. Oh, Mega Traveler. RPG is not only sword and sorcery, but science fiction as well. So somebody introduced a game when you could create your space party and that has your spaceship and try to save the galaxy. The problem with this game was that even though the system was huge, introduced a lot of classes and races, so you could be a space fox. Yeah, so space kitsune, so to speak. A lot of stats, but majority of those stats were not usable in game at all. So you could create a stat-filled character that was not usable, and that was a problem. But multiple planets, you could enter buildings, a lot of buildings, as you can see on the screenshot there are 2 hospitals and some other buildings. The only problem with this game, apart from the thing was that the combat was really annoying, and you could character one character at a time, so fighting and switching between characters was a mess. Um, don't try to play this game today, I'd say, because the combat will you'll be annoyed after 5 minutes. But still, the scale that they wanted to accomplish there is worth mentioning, and NPCs, shops, items, worlds, everything. It was a huge scale, so really nice. Spirit of Excalibur, Arthurian epic, character-based gameplay, NPC recruitment, storyline-driven battles, so strategy involved, so you could employ knights, archers, and so on. Graphic representation, as you can see, was like that. Combats, attack, defend, use item, magic, and it was. The first part is on the Arthurian court. The second part is taking place in Spain, and both are really nice. I'm not sure if you'd be interested in that game today, but it has its charm. An interesting piece. So if you are into Arthurian Knights, that's probably one of the options for you. And again, Mike Singleton, Lords of Midnight 3. I just wanted to show you that this game went a long way. Still, you could divide your party. Still, there is a huge continent to traverse, and the epic is epic storytelling and so on. Also, Karl Orff's Fortuna is all the time in the background in this one, so even epic music is present. But this game is very cumbersome, and it was cumbersome in 1995. People expected a slightly better controls. So people today are rather not going back to the Citadel. They would rather play Lords of Midnight from 35 years ago than this one from 25 years ago. So, but it's worth mentioning that it was there, and still I want more games like that one. I want a game that would use in modern technology and do the same thing as it did, because there's no game really like this one. You've got real time events in the world, so it's real time strategy from one perspective. Then you have multiple characters, unraveling events. So in one playthrough you could employ your NPC, but in the other playthrough you couldn't, because that NPC was killed by some armies that ventured there. So that's I would like to play those games, but some modern version of it. Blobbers also evolve at the time, so Eye of the Beholder with AD&D settings is one of the most popular. Epic scale saga is selling very well, and people are playing and talking about this game everywhere at the time, so around 1993, 92. So, but the blobber, you would use your blobber characters and go. Okay, so just something has happened to the music. I'll just switch back to the album. Okay. You would traverse your dungeons, go there through the labyrinths, kill monsters, micromanage your skills and items. And combat is semi-real time with those blobbers, so it's turn-based, but those turns are so quickly executed that you actually need to click your buttons very quickly. As you can see there, player clicks all attack button, and then all available character attacks. But then it defines the genre, and it shows all the next games to which they should aspire to. I mentioned Elvira during the adventure game podcast because it's really an adventure game, but it's an adventure game with RPG elements. So, and huge RPG elements with good spells, statistics, hit points. You can see those statistics in the screenshot to the left when you have strength, resistance, dexterity, and so on. And those statistics would rise according to the weapon you were equipping. So when you equipped the dagger and you learned the dexterity with the dagger, if you re-equip the sword, then the dexterity would fall because you don't know how to use the sword, even though you're perfectly accustomed to the dagger. So this RPG micromanagement, spell mixing, and fighting monsters was always the case with those games. So Elvira 1 and 2 and Works. So it's really worth mentioning that this stands as an RPG alone, not only as an adventure game. So this blended genres, like two in one, right? At this time, also more strategic games that use RPG elements were introduced, like this one called Stronghold. Very neat graphics at the time, PixArt, and used Phantasie characters from AD&D rule set. Interesting thing about this game is that you normally rolled a party at the beginning with AD&D sets, but you wouldn't roll a heroes or a party of adventurers. You would roll a party of rulers, and the party was actually representatives of peoples in your little country or barony at the beginning, but your aim high. Players aiming for the empire, really. So you in the picture there you have Tim, which is fighter, Anne, which is cleric, Carter, which is mage, Andy, which is dwarf. Dwarf is here a class and a race, and T was, I think, what was T? Thief, I think. So you get races and classes mixed of sorts, and then it's like a micromanagement strategy. A really pleasant game. I tend to play this from time to time still. There are some annoying things that don't really pass the test of time, but all other components of this game are quite pleasurable, and you would level your denizens and send them to fight horrible monsters in the randomly generated world, which is interesting, and so the replayability is there. Uh, yeah, Japan once again. This, like with other Japanese genres, eroge is not only a visual novel genre, but also you've got eroge RPGs. And one of those RPGs was definitely Knights of Xentar. It was probably one of the first games I was even introduced to eroge. So I was 12 years old, and it stands on its own as an RPG. But was really weird to look at from other points of view. So yes, you've got Grandma and Red Hood. Eroge, so erotic games in Japan, basically Japanese erotic games, erotic genre. So we tend to call it by this improper word hentai. Which, as you perfectly know, means something else in Japanese. So calling those games hentai would be really derogatory. So it's better to say eroge than hentai. So, but some might prefer calling this a hentai RPG. And overland map of this one was really big, but seeing Red Riding Hood in some situations was really weird. Some situations. Still, it stands on its own as an RPG and was really nice. Turn-based combat and weird enemies, of course, as with JRPGs, but really cool game at the time. Doom players at the time, FPS are a thing, so people are playing more and more those shooters. and they wanted to have more and more RPG-like games with the shooter techniques. So you can see that Strife is one of the first epics with a first-person perspective that would use this first-person shooter approach to RPGs, and it did it pretty well. It's a cool story. Then the people that wanted to play shooters had what they wanted, so it was a milestone, and at the time it was a thing that people liked. At the very same time, things like Might and Magic. Everybody probably today knows about Heroes of Might and Magic strategy, but before Heroes of Might and Magic was there, before there was a Might and Magic, and this is an RPG in the same setting. So a blobber, again another blobber liked by many. Very similar to other blobbers. What people like about this one was that pictures of your characters changed according to your health, to their health status, so they would look mutilated and so on. So that was a huge thing at the time. And yeah, there is a system that not many people, except for people in Germany, know about, which is das schwarze Auge, the black eye. And this RPG system introduced a world called Aventuria, and yeah, and this world is a cool setting with elves, dwarves, and everything. But that RPG system is an RPG system, but CRPG was revolutionary. Why? Because not only it was filled with Aventuria lore, but this RPG system that was introduced to this game was insane. I mean, at the time, you needed to read a booklet about how those skills worked. I know people that love old-time RPGs and still cannot play this game because they are so overwhelmed by the number of skill sets and stats and items and possibilities in that game. So this was probably one of the first games when camping felt real for me. So my adventure party in the wild, before camping, I would tell who's like assign roles to various members of the party. So I would say that my ranger needs to scout. I would tell my cleric or some other character to cook. Some other character was gathering herbs, and some other was hunting. And who's there to guard the fire, right? So if something happened during that period, you were attacked by orcs, then you had like two characters next to the fire to defend it. So this was absolutely amazing. It is amazing still to this day, I think. With that disclaimer that people get pushed away from this game because of the system. There were three parts of the Realms of Arcania trilogy: Sotrail, Blade of Destiny, and Shadows of Riva. But it doesn't end there. You know, probably in the last 10 years there were two parts of Drakensang games, so Drakensang 1 and Drakensang 2, which is also the same world. And when it comes to adventure games, you want to see the Daedalic Entertainment's games, Chines of Satinav. Satinav is one of the gods from this setting, and the other is Memoria. So, like, this world is still alive. Don't make any mistakes about this one. This is not ill. Yeah, cool, good. I love those. So you can probably hear it in my voice that I have a very high opinion about Das Schwarze Auge and other stuff related to it. So. I just wanted to show you that visuals were really neat. So battles, you'd have this isometric battles when your characters were not only represented by the classes you had, but also by sex of your character. So male characters would look differently from female characters, and what's really eye candy at the time. So then you could, and the classes, there is a plethora of classes there. She jester. So like there are some of those prefixes that show the sex of a character for some reason. But fighters, clerics, mages, witches, a lot of Aventura related stuff. I don't want to go too deeply into that stuff because it's a lot of stats, it's a lot of classes. Absolute RPG galore. For people that like those spreadsheets, this is absolutely great. By the way, this is from a German version, I think. Zwerg is dwarf, right? So the thing is, there is God. Yeah, thanks. This is not only. By the way, walking on through cities in the two first games was blobber like first person view. Meeting characters and talking to characters, you can see the priestess of Firun in Riva is talking with NPCs adventure-like mode, and overland map was traversing overland map would show overland map, so different visualizations of different modes of the game. And spells, oh gosh, spell list is huge. I probably, it probably shows how big of a nerd I am, but I remember two of those spells. One was Ignifaxus, and the second is named Plumbombarum. And Plumbombarum, if I remember correctly, made your enemy so tired that his equipment would weigh 10 times more. So this was the rule. So casting Plumbombarum on some hasty orc, and that orc becomes less hasty, and that's the thing. So very cool system. I really like that game. At the same time, more or less, Legends for Crystals of Trazir, action-oriented, like action combat, 4 characters, pre-selectable. Also, sex of characters, gender could be selected, and traversing overland map, through the overland map, and dungeons, solving dungeon puzzles, and a really cool magic system that I depicted there when you mix some components and then use runes to create various spells of various powers. So it was really cool. Not, again, more of an action RPG than RPG, regular RPG, but still fond memories about that one. And yeah. Why Ultima is better than Mass Effect. So as you can see, again, I remind you from time to time about Lord British, so you have see his pictures in a spacesuit, and he's dressed as a Lord British in his garments during some convention. So Ultima 7. So the saga took a long time to evolve into Ultima 7. And the very first thing that you should know is that Ultima 7 is not one game but 3. Forge of Virtue, the Serpent Isle, and the Silver Steed. Storytelling. So the very first comparison to Mass Effect is storytelling. Both games, storytelling is on the epic scale. And these games are very similar to that thing when it comes to storytelling. They even begin in a very similar manner, which is Avatar, which was a hero of previous parts, so an established hero, as is Shepard in Mass Effect, established war hero, right? Stumble upon some event that escalates into the huge affair involving whole nations. And that's exactly the same. What you Yeah. Okay. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Uh, yeah, yeah. I think that these video games are quite. It's positive, I think, because uh, it depending. It always depends on how much time you've got to spend. If you're into going fast on a fast forward mode through all those games as quickly as possible, then the amount of detail is probably slowing people down. And with the number of releases that are there today, people would shift really from one game to another in the quickest way possible. So let me ask you a question: how many games do we Steam users or GOG users have that we bought and never played? And that's what I mean. We buy those games because we're actually into. Um, we really seriously certainly want to play those games. We don't buy them for nothing. But there's like this mindset and the mode of the quicker the better, and of course the yeah, the the industry is making it this way because they want us to buy more. So we don't we are not given an opportunity to calm down, slow down, and to delve into the system. That's why those games are simpler. So Mass Effect is far simpler than Ultima. So Avatar is comparable to Shepard, but and a simple backsplit murder leads to uncovering the big plot. But very first thing, of course, another one similarity is that in this game you also don't skip dialogues. Dialogues, you delight in them. They're written so you could cherish them, and I really love those. Uh, but baking bread in Ultima 7 is something that you don't even get in Mass Effect because they don't want, like, industry doesn't want you to focus on baking bread, on doing those small stuff, and Mass Effect is quite conscious of this. Remember in Mass Effect, if you play that Mass Effect, there is a Salarian game dealer in the Citadel in the third game or the second game, in the second game, and that Salarian game dealer says he has a line that he says something like, "Remember those old RPG games when we needed to remember to drink water and eat bread?" This is a real line from Mass Effect game, and that's because guys that created that game are quite aware that the systems that they would like to be there in this game are not possible by today's standards, because the industry wants us to do this on the fast forward. Yeah, we need to have our pleasure, we need to have a replayability value, we need to have all those things, but systems are not there today to slow us down. It was different back then. The systems were not only made to slow us down, but they were intended to slow us down because, as I said before, we needed a moment of respite between emotions. We needed an intellectual approach to some things. We needed to think about strategies before we jumped into the fire with those strategies. And it wasn't that long ago when really those things changed. The Gothic that I won't be talking about today was still into strategy thinking and strategy wise. In the Gothic, for example, you needed to think about what to do next rather than jumping into the fire, because jumping into the fire would kill you. So if you played Gothic, you know that the very first forest that you reached in the game, if you jumped into that forest, you're dead. You're immediately dead because there is a bunch of wolves in there that would kill you immediately. So it's not that long ago, really. Um, but the thing about Ultima is that there's so many things to do in that game. So baking bread is baking bread. That means that you needed to cut, like take grain. You, yeah, yeah. Oh, that was the thing about difficulty, beginning difficulty with Gothic. So older players, like the players that would go and play those old games, were more into maybe I'm doing something wrong there. Maybe I shouldn't go to that woods. Maybe I should go in a different way. So they would stay for a moment longer. But I too had a problem with Gothic. There was something about this product that pushed me away from that game at the beginning. And one of my colleagues convinced me to play. And he was like, "I'm trying to be for you right now." He just told me, just go there and play it for 2 hours. And if after 2 hours you'll still say that it's not a game for you, then drop it. And then I stayed within that game for 2 hours, and that was like started a love really. then rather pulled me into it rather than pushed me away. So but in Ultima, a number of objects you could interact with, number of activities that you could do, the number of things that you craftables. This is on a scale that Mass Effect is not. So Mass Effect is far behind in those terms, and the story is still on the same level, for some even better. So those three games that compose to the whole Ultima 7 story have a little bit different themes and flavors to it, and some are considered better and some worse, but still it's an epic adventure, one of the best RPGs of all time, definitely, and remembered by all RPG players across the world. So this is definitely a milestone. Another screenshot bloodthirsty screenshot of the murder that you start to investigate at the beginning of the game, and discussion with the girl next to some shrine. So top-down view, it looks ugly and the screen is small by today's standards, so you would expect to see more on the screen than you can see in this game. But that was the thing at the time, and everybody loved the graphics and everything. By the way, you can purchase this game, I think, on GOG probably, but there is a patch needed, I think, and I'm not sure if they're providing it. Some time ago I needed to patch it additionally. There is a problem with the text displaying, so this font that you can see on the screen is replaced by some other font, and timing of subtitles is different with the patch. So but the patch is completely required to play the game today, so but it's still playable. Then Ultima 8 was in my eyes more immersive than Ultima 7, even though in Ultima 7 you have a party, and in Ultima 8 you're just Avatar alone. You've got isometric display there, and everything's more action RPG like, but still a number of items in this game is insane. Interaction with environments, number of NPCs dialogues are in a very good adventure game. The same was in Ultima 7. And what I love about those games is that NPCs live their life. So they would go around, do different things at different times of the day. So if you wanted, for example, to infiltrate the Magister's mage in the city Tenebrae, if you wanted to investigate his home, you had to be sure that he's not there, because he would insta kill you with some very huge spell. So there was an idea to watch his, like, you would act like a thief and look what he's doing at what times, and there was a time that he would teleport himself into the warlock sorcerer's abode far away from his home, and then you could break and enter. Wow, the way you could break and enter, of course the spells were on the doors, so you couldn't just enter the place, but there was, for example, an option to go to talk to that mage and about some important stuff, regular stuff that folk talks to mages in the villages, right? And at that time, you could drop somewhere there behind the counter or somewhere a teleporting crystal. And then, of course, he would tell you to go away. And when he was not there, you could teleport into his house. And then, rob everything from his drawers. And he had some cool items there and disappear. And then the spell system was really neat. Of course, by today's standards, somebody might say that it was too much fuss. But you see that pentagram on the bottom? You see 4 red candles, 1 black candle, and some regents next to those candles. And actually, to compose spells from the sorcery school, you needed to act with those pentagrams. So you needed to place correct ingredients next to the correct places on the pentagram and light the correct candles. And then you could, if you had words, you can empower the focus. So you had multiple of those foci, and then empowered with spells. And there were multiple schools of spellcasting. Sorcery would deal with fire. Necromancy would deal with death and earth. There was Tempestry, which would deal with air, and there was 2 more schools, one dealing with water, so the elemental schools, and there was a school created by some mystic living in some very remote place in the game. The world of the game is huge. I mean, I think 20 by 20 kilometers or something, and filled with items, dungeons, many NPCs, absolutely huge. The problem with that game is that it wasn't completed really. So you can beat the game, but there are sections of the game that clearly were meant to be something else. So they're undeveloped, feel like the pointless mazes, and you see that somebody put a lot of effort to create those mazes. They were supposed to be part of some quest, but probably there were cost cuts or something. And actually, this game had a DLC, so add-on really, not a DLC, which was never released. So pretty packaged and done, and everything was done on this one, which was never released. I don't know, something with sales or something. So I compared it to Bethesda's Skyrim, which everybody's saying that in Skyrim and Oblivion and Morrowind and some those games, it was really cool to be able to loot every item from every shelf and so on. Oh, Ultima 8 has more than those. Books in game, NPCs, items. Can you see that screen on the bottom? There is a zombie attacking avatar, and there is a wooden house and a lot of wooden planks in the middle. So you could move away those wooden planks, and there is a hole in the floor through which you can jump into, and it leads you to the huge labyrinth in which you can find a really neat magical weapon. So that's how it is with this game. Everything is movable, everything was removable, changeable, and so on. That's really great. The time another French company called Silmarils started creating first-person perspective games that were legendary as well. So this is a tetralogy, so it started with Crystals of Arborea, which you see in the screen now, and then followed by Ishar 1, 2, and 3. So the very first game was really simplistic, but it was cool because you could you had the predefined characters, but you could pick classes for those characters. So in this setup there on the bottom, you've got 2 warriors, 2 rangers, and 2 mages. And the idea was you needed to rob blind one of the evil bosses called Morgoth, like in J.R.R. Tolkien's Silmarillion. find some crystals and use those crystals on some towers to beat that evil guy. Then you would traverse labyrinths and this island, fight elves and orcs, dark elves, to get to the goal. But it was rather simplistic, but really nice. And then when they released Ishar 1, everything changed, because this was a really complex RPG, still a first-person perspective, blobber, and really nice graphics. So those clouds and those how digitized those things were neat. There was a very cool party management system with the party relationships. So the guy to the left that you can see, and he's in the party on the bottom in that screenshot when the party is being attacked by werewolves. So this guy is the very first NPC you meet in this game, and the very first one to rob you blind when you spend a night in the nearby tavern. So be careful who you recruit in that game. Also, there are relations between characters in the team. So sometimes to release somebody or fire somebody from the team was not possible because other team members would not agree that person. They would rather have you gone than that person. So it was really neat. And killing, it was possible to kill your party member, but then it might end up with complete killing each other, so party killing each other because of vengeance or something. So everybody's laughing from Ishar 1 because it's really memorable. There's only one dungeon in this game. In Ishar 1, but everybody remembers that dungeon. That's how cool this dungeon is. But everybody laughs while remembering this game because this is an ultimate capitalist dream. You had to pay for everything in that game, including saves. So you needed gold, in-game gold, to be able to click that disk icon and save the game. It would then deduct gold. So that was annoying, but that was a challenge they created to make it a more perma-death kind of experience, repeatable experience. So yeah. Real-time combat, graphical palette was nice, really nice music and so on. Then it was followed by Ishar 2, Messengers of Doom, when things were becoming darker. World had different geographical zones now, islands corresponding to the characters of Crystals of Arborea, so those guys that I've shown you before. So these guys are actually then used in the Ishar 2 as progenitors of dynasties of separate islands. So then you visit their islands and try to solve the plot of evil sorcerer trying to take over. Graphical setting was nicer, more items, more spells. Things becoming darker. One of the very scenes that you see, actually the one on the left, is a bunch of evil guys is mutilating a woman, and then you kill those guys and the woman dies on Suwaran's hands. Another thing is that you could not, if you had an party from Ishar 1, you could import that party here. You didn't have to play as Zubaran. You could play as Ramir from the first game, and with the party from the first game. So save imports were the thing. On the top bottom screenshot, you can see the recruit icon. So recruit, go away, kill your party members, the third one, and then the healing option on the map. So this was interesting. About those mountains, I remember that you needed to use ropes to not to fall down from those mountain ranges. Really interesting stuff was happening in that game. Simplistic by today's standards, but really memorable. And then the very first game, when I bought the PC, because before I was using Amigas, Ataris, and Commodores, and so on. But when I bought PC, the very first game on my PC was this. So Ishar 3, 7 Gates of Infinity, and it had better graphics, but far worse plot. Again, the same evil sorcerer now meddles with time and shapes into the dragon form. So you need to hunt him down, going through those 7 gates of infinity, and alter the past to beat him in the present. Something like that. Still, for somebody that liked the series, it was nice. This one probably shouldn't be on the list because by design it's not an RPG. It's a hack and slash, really. But the very first bloody game before Mortal Kombat even happened. So it's called Moonstone, and it's about 4 knights trying to defeat the evil Medusa. 4 chosen souls going on an adventure. That meant that you could play this game with 4 people. So I would go with 3 my friends and try to. So every knight was given a turn, and during the turn there were real life sequences of slashing monsters and killing and using combos and so on. And of course, when one knight met another player's knight, then the knights would fight because there can be only one challenger that wins with the Medusa. But on the way there was a dragon to kill, on the way there was a keys to acquire and items. So there were cities in the game that you could visit, purchase armor, purchase swords, talismans, magic, spells and so on, which makes it an RPG experience. Also, you got stats like strength, condition, endurance, and XPs which you would gain fighting. So there are RPGs elements in this arcade game, but one of my all-time favorites when it comes to the blends of mixes of RPGs and arcade games. There are similar games when it comes to that matter. If you are an AD&D fan, then Dungeons and Dragons, Tower of Doom, and Chronicles of Mystara is a must play. These games are available on Steam, but if you can acquire a MAME emulator of old Capcom arcade machines, then get this game on the MAME and play the emulated version on MAME. The MAME version is better than the Steam version in many ways. So I know the Steam version has a refreshed graphics for somewhat, but the old version from MAME is doesn't have cut content, and it like feels more natural and better controls and everything. That's my opinion, but it's available on Steam, I believe. And again, arcade game with RPG elements, classes, D&D stuff. Cool co-op. If you've got a friend and you can play with controllers, then it's even better, because then you could like beat the game together, slashing those monsters in AD&D setting. So Wizardry, as you remember before, was this cool duck drawn in this weird game. Now it became what it's called by some of my colleagues, a king of blobbers. So according to some, there is no better game when it comes to blobber experience. Only the Wizardry 8 probably is better than Wizardry 7, which is a 2000 game. I think 2000, yeah, exactly in 2000 was released. But Wizardry 7 is a weird mix of science fiction, fantasy elements. Yeah, badass ratkins, really. Then pre-selectable party. You could generate your party members. There was many classes. You could be a ninja even, and you can see there's a ninja, samurai, mage, bishop, ranger, and priest in the team to the right. So, and then the party would go for visiting many worlds to challenge and defeat the evil guy called the Dark Savant. So they would go and try to abolish his rule. Really nice. Has all elements that there should be in blobbers. A lot of strategy involved, and everybody liked the storytelling. But it's a little outdated by today's standard. So I would recommend for hardcore gamers, but I wouldn't recommend for people that don't have time. That's simple as that. Star Control 2. Sorry, starting speaking Polish sometimes. So remember Starflight? So this is very similar. You are captain. You go and visit aliens. There is a quite hilarious approach to it. Moments like you meet a evil alien that says, "I fondle these bones and recall the fine cleansing." So that's what he likes, and that's a knowledge the player can use actually. And then you can see another alien on the bottom. When the player selects "We're the ethics police, justify that costume" immediately. So diplomacy, but with some fun element to it. There is a remake that was created 2 years ago. It's available. I think I got it on GOG. So remake's really similar, but in some manners. But remake is too simplistic by today's standards, and back then, Star Control 2 was a thing. So another space adventure with aliens. And RPG elements were about arming your ships and ship statistics rather than characters. Perihelion. Worth mentioning, this was an Amiga RPG with, as you can see, this steel vibe, steel and desolate post-apo setting, cyberpunkish but with weird magic. Really dark plot involving human psyche and things like that. So color palette and everything was made to feel depressing. So psionic magic. I wouldn't recommend this for today players, because this turn-based combat was really it doesn't doesn't pass the test of time. So but back then it was a cool game to play, or just worth mentioning that there was something with that art style and vibe before Fallout and things. Barntime is another game which actually is not an RPG really, but it is. So you pick a character, and then there's a desolate post-apocalyptic world with radiation, starvation, and everything, and you needed to go hunt rats, produce water in water pumps, recruit NPCs to make a party, fight for locations, and then there was a strategy turn-based element when other characters would compete with you for supremacy. So it was also playable with 4 players. If not, of course, computer would play those other 3s, and there's a race with time to beat those computer players. Worth mentioning that there's again another depressing post-apo thing before Fallout, and really nice and simplistic, but the beauty was in that simplicity. So I remember it really, really fondly. Another game which is really important for everyone is, again, Sid Meier's, so Civilization guy, thing called Darklands. And as the commercial said at the time, and in medieval Germany, reality is more darker than the fantasy. So what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is 15th century German Empire, spanning from Aachen in the west to Marienburg, which is today's Malbork, to the east. And of course, whole spectrum north to south. When you would traverse the whole empire, visiting cities, villages, doing quests, fighting robber barons, dealing with bunker houses. It was absolutely the best medieval fantasy RPG before Mount and Blade and Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I dare to say that it's still better than those two titles in many things. Yeah, yeah. So that's well. Let me tell you that I've been in that game. I've been jumping through the city walls of Köln. So that's because I wanted to leave Köln right after midnight, and after midnight the city gates would be normally closed. So I had option to climb climb the city walls, go around the guards, and jump to the other side. Party creation options are absolutely great. As you can see, the systems and maths behind the system is very complex. Multiple armors, swords, but everything of the era. There is magic, but very clever. So there are two forms of magic, which are not really magic. There is alchemy, which you just mix concoctions and throw bottles at your enemy. And there is saint system. So you can pray to different saints. Most of those saints are forgotten by today's Christian standards. But you know, in medieval times there were many weird saints that people actually worshipped. So you could go, for example, to Dortmund's arch temple or cathedral and pray to Saint Helen of something to get her boon for the next battle, and you could call their saints' names during combat, so you would be given boons during combat, like magic buffs. Absolutely great. A lot of storytelling involved, a lot of timed events, so you can play this is an open world game. You can go everywhere, but the problem is that the game, like this satanistic evil plot, is happening in the background. If you don't pay attention to where you should be at what time, then you'll lose the game, even though your characters will be like packed to the teeth, because then the Satan would take over, right? So let me just show you several more screens how the overland map looks like, how big is the depicted empire. So by the way, here is my home. I can see, I'm not sure if you can see the cursor of my mouse, but I'm pointing where I live now. And this red dot is Marienburg. So visiting Marienburg and paying a visit to the Deutsche Orden seat, talking to the Grandmeister was a neat thing, actually. For me, basically, it's a thing because majority of you probably knows this, that I was actually a historical reenactor, like many people that joined today, and I have a thing for Marienburg. I've been to that castle like 7 or 8 times now, and there is still so many secrets to discover. So I'd say that I've spent around 50 hours in that museum altogether. So I like, if there is an opportunity in game to visit Marienburg and do the same thing, like, well, immediately I'm going there. So, and as you can see, you need to think about things like rested horses in this game, earning money. You can see that a party on the left screen, Teutonic PR, yeah. Some words about Teutonic PR. Not everybody knows that the Deutsche Orden, they were actually the masters of public relations. By the standards, even by comparing it to today's standards, and walking on the castle and showing how and where and what PR options were built into the castle is absolutely magnificent. So yeah, but apart from that, on the screenshot to the left, you've got the party staying in the tavern, and the party is actually player selects if some person relaxes, somebody trains in studies, and somebody earns money as swordsmith. So you needed skill sets to be a swordsmith, and that's it's a really complex RPG and a really complex simulation blend, and again gave me a remake. Another, like with old Sid Meier's microprose games, there's some legal thing about this that doesn't. People wanted to make remakes, and the remake were forced to be like somebody forced all works on the remakes to be ceased indefinitely. So here we are today. Amberstart, so the German Blue Byte company created a game remembered very fondly by people, which was called Amberstart. It used two viewports, top-down viewports, and blobber, classical first-person perspective. Also, combat was grid-based, as you can see on the right, when you would position your characters and fight, and with the turn-based methods. The story was really interesting. This game was difficult and didn't lead player by the hand. One needed to carefully look into all quests, all dialogues to understand what to do. Really fondly remembered. It had a sequel called Amber Moon, which, as you can see, has improved graphics, and the overland view is like closer and much further away from the like continental view, and you've got again those labyrinths and dungeons in which you would see in a first person, but again quite nice, but still not the best. The best starts now. The music that you hear right now is from this game, so I have given there the 3 exclamation marks because this is one of my all-time favorite RPG games. I played it many times, and I love this plot. Yeah, yeah, I believe that many people actually omitted this game for some reason. I don't know why they maybe it wasn't advertised enough. I know that because this was a German company, and probably the biggest publishing focus was United States and Germany. That would probably explain why you could have more opportunity to play this than probably other countries. But I was into really looking what's new at the time, and I acquired it. This game is from the CD-ROM era, so it came on the CD-ROM, and so I played it on PC, and it's only on PC, I think. So the plot. This is a science fiction. And I strongly believe that when Cameron created the Avatar movie, I really strongly believe that he played, or somebody played Albion before they actually created Avatar, because that's really okay. That's really cool stuff. The corporate ship Toronto flies towards the uninhabited planet that is supposed to be mined. And when the Toronto is on the orbit of this planet, our main protagonist, Tom Driscoll, he's a pilot, shuttle pilot on board of this spaceship, is starting to having weird dreams in which he's floating and somebody's calling to him and so on, but the time of actually riding shuttle and doing a scan of the planet's surface is coming in. But at this very time, somebody gets killed on the Toronto. And in my first playthrough, I went directly to the shuttle and got gone with the game. But in the second playthrough, I decided to stay a little bit longer on the ship and do some searching. And whoa, what I found! nice things. One of the coolest things gameplay-wise that I found was a blaster pistol with some triggers, cartridges that would be very helpful in what's supposed to happen next, which is it's going to be a little spoiler, but the graphics is already spoiling that the planet is not uninhabited at all. For some reason, main Toronto AI is lying about the planet, and just when Reiner and Driscoll are in the orbit and reaching the planet, there is a all system malfunction that leads the shuttle to its demise, as you can see on the left screenshot. Reiner and Driscoll miraculously survive this explosion, and they are being taken, nourished by the living race. Sentient race of Iskai, so cat-like creatures, and the planet, of course, as you can see, is absolutely. Yeah, I was 16, I think. Planet is lush, jungle-like, with structures and interesting buildings and so on, with a race of intelligent beings. Of course, they're spending so much time in there that they learn the Iskai language. And this is an open world with some staging, of course, because the storyline is divided into some chapters that would allow access to bigger areas. But exploration, NPCs, skill sets, combat systems, everything is really neat. So I'm always sharing this screenshot when Reiner is telling Tom that I've already figured out what it is. Believe it or not, it's some kind of plant toilet, because apparently the Iskai had a guild of mages called the GCAS and GFADs, if I remember correctly, and those GCAS mages or GFAD mages, they are actually building buildings with magic. So that it's really deep. It's a lot of items as well. You can pillage every drawer actually, manipulate almost every object, look into everything. There is a lot of tools. You can see Drir then to the right. It's, I guess, from the Czech version of the game. It looks like a Czech language, but Drir has some weird bowls in his inventory. I don't know why the player is carrying those. I'm not sure if they're for anything really. Maybe they are. Maybe I just didn't find the way to use those. But there's a lot of items. You could have your inventory filled with spoons, and that's what you can do. Yeah, that doesn't. Iskai are a really cool race. There are plot turns and twists there, especially after some big event in the Srile Marinar, which is the biggest Iskai city. Iskai, as you can see, not only are the cat-like creatures, but they are like grasping tails. Durir has a sword grasped in his tail, or a dagger, I believe. So multiple NPCs, not only 4, as you can see, Drir and Sira here, and Tom and Reiner, but many others. So FPS view when you're going through some dungeons. Sometimes it's a top-down view. You can see Sira nourishing Tom here. So some sequences like this one are there. RPG systems are quite complex. Multiple classes. I mean, there's important mix between this sci-fi thing and this medieval thing. So you know that you can have better weapons, but because everything around you is medieval, then Tom starts using sword. But if you have your gun with you that you picked up illegally because they don't want the average pilot to carry a gun over the Toronto board, then you could also have a gun for some bigger fights. And so that's really interesting in RPG. I strongly advise you to play it. Shadowcaster was another first-person shooter dream. Was made by team of Richard Garriott's team, so the Ultima guy, the astronaut guy. But the idea was the hero can shape shift into 6 shapes: werewolf-like, swimming-like, and so on. And solve various puzzles and go forward, get skills and so on. But really, it was, for me, it was unplayable. Because it was an asset flip from Ultima 8. Almost every sound that I heard in that game was taken from Ultima 8, and I just couldn't focus because it was like somebody cheaply stolen the Ultima and provided a cheap solution where where it shouldn't be that cheap. So, yeah. Another one. Veil of Darkness. Something about that game was nice. And there was another one very similar by the same company called The Summoning. One was Phantasie-like, and the second was in Transylvania when you fought with vampires and werewolves. So I very fondly think about Veil of Darkness because its climate was really dark. Although Summoning has also some good things to it, mostly because it's how should I say it? I think that it has multiple endings, and one of those is hidden, actually. So, worth playing. But I'm a horror game freak, so probably somebody else would not be able to play the Summoning or Veil of Darkness today. It's nasty in some ways, so very, very old in some mechanics. And but still, as you can see, it has all those elements like bags, items, and so on. Like I shared this one, so this year we're supposed to get Cyberpunk 2077 and Bloodlines 2. And there was a Bloodnet before, which is a vampire cyberpunk. Really, that game was taking its place in the future when you played Ransom Stark, cyber detective on the trail of vampires in the city. You would, use chips and various items to enhance your capabilities. You would go through the virtual reality to find objects and people and communicate with them. And it was really interesting with some skills, but with annoying combat and absolutely horrible mix of graphics. So I'm not like, and so every interior in this game is really not neatly drawn, but something really doesn't click with all the rest. So I had problems with that game. I think that I stopped somewhere in the middle. I haven't beaten that one. But I went very, very far into it. So, but yeah, there is something like a vampire cyberpunk worth knowing. The music that you hear in the background is from the Betrayed Crondor. This is probably like Albion, not probably. This is like Albion, one of my all-time favorites. This is a game that made me read all the Raymond E. Feist saga that it is based on. And the saga of Feist is the third place of my all-time fantasy book sagas. So that tells a lot. The funny thing about Betrayed Crondor is that guys from Dynamics were creating a game based on the no, it's Gorath. He's actually an elf. And so that's the guy on the picture to the left, the hooded one. So the funny thing is that Raymond Efaced has created his books, so at least four tomes at the time. And the guys from Dynamics didn't use Raymond Efaced's stories to create a game. They written their own story based on the Faced's works. And Faced played that game and written a book based on the game. And basically, so it's canon. It was sanctified, so to speak, by the author. So compare it to Sapkowski's relation with The Witcher, when he was so against the game. He would say things like, "The smart people are not playing games," and so on, which is silly because there's an important fact about Andrzej Sapkowski. This guy actually has written and created RPG systems before. There is a system that he created for the pen and paper RPG beginners called the Eye of Irhedes. So it's not that he doesn't play games. He did play RPGs, and that's really weird. Listen to Sapkowski saying things about The Witcher, things like that. But the thing is that Feist is the opposite. Feist, not only because there are two games in the Krondor universe, in the Midkimia universe, Betrayal at Krondor and Return to Krondor, and both of those games were taken by the author, and there are two tomes in the Riftur saga that are based on the games. So this is absolutely neat. This game is absolutely epic. I mean, epic, literally epic. Which is reading this game is cool. Saves are called bookmarks in this game. So yeah, he didn't. So there were earlier attempts of creating The Witcher 20 years ago, and they failed. So he wasn't really into this computer business, I think, video game business. But I have problem with something else. The Witcher games are telling a story exactly the same way that Betrayal at Krondor was telling a story, based on the author's works, but not exactly based on the author's works, but trying to tell another story in the same universe, or the continuation of the story. This is exactly what Betrayal at Krondor does. And Feist loved the idea, said that it was really nice to see somebody else taking my world and doing stuff that I couldn't think it was possible to do with my world, or seeing that somebody sees my things differently and they are sometimes better. So and trying to write a book based on it, so sanctifying it, than saying no, the only canon things are my books, games are not canon. So yeah, it's a completely different approach. Story-tied characters. If you read the Feist, then you know those characters. You know Gorath. Maybe Gorath not, because Gorath is added by the game, but Jimmy the Hand, Locklear, and other characters from the game, Pug, are characters from the books. So you meet this Metro, okay. Yeah, Guchowski. Guchowski with Metro also loves the games and likes that. And actually, Guchowski criticized Sapkowski because of what Sapkowski said. So yeah, different personalities. But I think the Sapkowski had changed a little over 2 years. I think that two things happened. I think that he had some personal tragedy, and he understands that his works live and will live like when he's gone, not only because of the books but also because of the Netflix series and the game. So I think that he'll becoming more and more mild, but that's a completely different story. So this is a royal meal for Feist fans. So vector-like graphics when it comes to overline overland travel. Battles are turn-based when you have those digitalized characters fighting. Really cool stats, really cool skill sets. As you can see on the picture, on the screenshot below, there's a loot in Owen's backpack, because Owen knows how to play loot, so you can earn some sovereigns in the taverns when Owen sings and so on. You can read books in the game, you can do stuff, repair armors. There is no crafting per se, but there's a lot of items, and you don't have time for crafting because this is epic. An epic in which you follow a story, and this story is really complex, really immersive. The funny thing is that this game has no quests. I mean, it has a lot of quests, but you don't have any quest journal saying you now have a quest and you have to go there. No. You have you have a main quest per se, which is a chapter name. Then it says that you need to go to Romney or something like that, or you need to go to Krondor. And that's it. But before you get to Krondor, you can explore, you can do people's biddings, you can go to mines, you can help a dwarf, you can get a bag of grain for a farmer, million things, but it's based on exploration. And probably one of the most memorable things about these games are Moradel chests. So Moradels are those elves. So Gorath is a Moradel. Which is actually taken by Feist from Sindarin, Tolkien's language, Sindarin. Mor, it means black or dark, and Evel, it means elf. So Moradel is a dark elf. And he always admitted that he would take from AD&D, he would take from Tolkien what he could, and it's okay. The very important thing about Feist is that he created this world as a pen and paper RPG. He would, at the university, he would play with his friends with this AD&D setting that they created themselves. They called this world Midkimia. For example, there is a city in the system called Lamut, and the city is called Lamut because one of the players that sat next to Face's table was a guy named Lamotte. So this is like world creation happened there in an RPG, and the RPG player created like written books based on the RPG sessions. So that's pretty cool. But back to the Moradel chests. So Moradel chests are enchanted chests with cool loot inside that you could open only by solving a riddle. And those riddles are multiple. So let's see what we have here. Let's start with the top right one because you have a solution already. This is a 3-letter word. So it says Prince Aruta from his lofty perch will find our troops without a search. His men will fall, his castle too, and then what will Prince Aruta do? So the answer is die. He will die then. So that then the chest clicks, clap clap. You can see the difference between the graphics there when it's closed and it's open, and then you can have this sweet loot. But let's try the others. So the left one. 4 words, four letters. It doesn't live within a house, nor does it live without. Most will use it when they come in, and again when they go out. What it is? Let's wait if you know the answer. It doesn't live within a house. Yep, bravo, it's door. Absolutely. Yeah. So let's try the bottom then. Kingdom soldiers, so 6 letters. Kingdom soldiers will look like it when the headsman gives them a lop. For then, like it, they'll have a neck, but not a head on top. That's going to be challenging. Kingdom soldiers will look like it when the headsman gives them a lop. The headsman, so that they would be decapitated, right? For then, like it, they'll have a neck, but not a head on top. Remember, the loot awaits. Yeah? Any ideas? No, give it a try, please. No. Anyone else? So for them, they'll have a neck but not a head on top. What else has a head on top and a neck? It's difficult, but the answer is a bottle. Bottle has a neck, and bottle has a like cork or cap or something. So the comparison is between between a beheaded soldier and an open bottle. Let's not stop there. We have another ones. 9 letters. The light one breaks. This is really difficult. I must tell you. The light one breaks but never falls. His brother falls but never breaks. 9 letters. Actually, a hint. It's not one word. 2 words and a space. I can give you that hint. The light one breaks but never falls. Like English language related, really, because in many other languages people would speak different thing about those things. But in English, the light one breaks but never falls. His brother falls but never breaks. Let me spoil this one for you. The answer is day space night, because day breaks but never falls, and night falls but never breaks. Yeah, night and day. Exactly. But day and space night, that was the solution. But yeah, exactly. The difficult 7 letters, that one is really difficult. Swolak, the famous Moredel craftsman, guarantees his work until the end of time. Swolak, the famous Moredel craftsman, guarantees his work until the end of time. So this is really difficult. This is context-based and requires some perception, because the context is that Moredels, dark elves, are evil, or at least warlikes, warmongering. So you expect something bad, and when you look closely, then if you read Swolak backwards, you've got gallows. So the answer is related to gallows. So the answer is hangman. Really hangman. So this one was one of the difficult ones. So 5 letters. A barrel of rainwater weighs 20 pounds. What must you add to make it weigh 15? 5 letters. Yes, holes. Bravo. Absolutely holes. It's like plural, but you are completely on right with it. 6 letters. It is too much for one. 2 it is meant for, but it no longer exists when the 2 become more. It is too much for one. 2 it is meant for, but it no longer exists when the 2 become more. No? No? This is related to one of the English sayings. Probably not only English. Yeah, that's probably an idiom too, but yeah, thanks. That's worth adding, probably. Yeah. Okay, the answer is secret. Secret is too much for one, because one needs to share it. 2 it is meant for, but if you share more than with another person, then it's no longer a secret. But it no longer exists when the 2 become more. So 5 letters. With sharp-edged wit and pointed poise, it can settle disputes without a noise. with sharp-edged wit and pointed poise. It can settle disputes. Poise, it's like a balance. It might mean balance, or it might mean that you have a witty repartee during the discussion. So you can say that the pointed poise, it's like a witty response also. Yes, bravo, the sword, exactly. With sharp-edged wit and pointed poise, it can settle disputes without a noise. It's a sword, yes. 3 letters. Power enough to smash ships and crush roofs, yet it still must fear the sun. Yeah, close one. Power enough to smash ships and crush roofs, yet it still must fear the sun. 3 letters. The very first line is quite hinting. No? No, not the sea. Sea doesn't need to fear the sun. Yes, 3 letters. No. The answer is ice. The ship that was destroyed by the ice is the Titanic, of course. And it can, yeah, it can crush roofs because icicles, yet it still must fear the sun. 6 letters. So the one who made it didn't want it. The one who bought it didn't need it. The one who used it never saw it. It's difficult. The one who made it. Bravo! Yes, exactly. It's a coffin. I thought it was difficult, but it's not. Depending who asked, really. So, okay, you knew that one. Okay. Okay, but let's proceed then. It was cool to have you on that game. Little game of guessing the model chests. So many more in the game. Many more in the game. And there is a challenge because model chests can be those questions on the chests can be read only when somebody or some character speaks Moredel. If you have only human party, which is possible in one of the chapters, you need a specific spell to cast on the party to read Moredel, because otherwise you cannot even decipher the characters. So again, I just wanted to show you the epic. When you enter a shop, you see this book-like description. The shop was littered with cast-offs, forgotten trinkets, and lost items which few would want or need to reclaim. And everything in that game is like that. You have dialogues with NPCs made like they were book chapters. You've got everything is epic. I mean, it's so immersive. It's like reading a book that you play and think of strategies and so on. Items are very cool. Weapons. A fun thing is that was the most powerful sword in the game, called Garda Revanche, is Valheru sword, because Valheru in this world was a race of progenitor dragon riders, very evil guys, very immoral guys that had some awesome magic and absolutely insanely powerful artifacts. And one of the swords belonging to one of the Valheru is to be found in the game. The problem with this sword was that in the very first version of the game, the sword itself was having a huge damage. So you could kill everything with that sword, right? But the game also offered an empowerment system to the weapons. So you could go to for example, to the temple and bless the blade to give it tier 3 blessing. The problem is that when you bless the Garda Revanche, the numbers of damage written in the memory would go from 255 back to 0. So you know that it would 0 itself because it would go out of scale. So the Garda Revanche, blessed, buffed in the very first version of the game, was actually dealing 0 damage. So don't, if depending on the version that you have, don't bless Garda Revanche in that game. So this bug might destroy your blade. So hopefully this is fixed in the later versions. So Return to Krondor, again the same world. Later on, Jimmy the Hand returns, one of the characters from Betrayal at Krondor, and very important characters from the books. Other characters, very interesting stuff going on in Krondor. Still for Feist fans, this is a must play. Different, mostly taking place in the city of Krondor and its surroundings, so no big overland travels and epic searches through Dimwood and so on. So, but yes, still worthwhile. A very important thing about those games is, which is even more amazing, that there is a plot line in the games created by the game devs, that here and there you'd find some notes about some big mob boss called the Crawler, and it's just a flavor text from time to time that the Crawler would hide something, Crawler would or Crawler's goons would do something, or so on. And every player that I knew was always like, who's Crawler? Why didn't we learn more about the Crawler in the games? And Feist understood this perfectly, and he has written a book not so long ago, several years ago, called Jimmy and the Crawler. When you play James, actually not play James, when the James is the main hero, and James closes the Crawler story arc in the book. So the story arc was created by Dynamics Dev, and Feist closed this story arc in the books. How awesome is that? So Sierra, because they were the publishers of the Betrayal at Krondor, wanted to cash in the success of Betrayal at Krondor and Return to Krondor with the Betrayal in Antara, but this game is a failure. It's like a teenager's storyline was weirdly tied together, no longer open world, everything is straightforward. Really a disappointment. But I just wanted to show you that there's something that they tried to do a very similar way to the Betrayal at Krondor and failed. So don't touch Betrayal in Antara, go to Betrayal at Krondor. The legacy was interesting because it was Lovecraftian. You would pick a character that inherited an evil house full of evil stuff and traverse it as a blobber. So you would go through a house like a maze, fighting creatures and doing stuff. So really an interesting experience, a blobber of the 90s, right? Lovecraftian. Hired Guns. Hired Guns was a game, was very interesting. You would pick 4 characters at the beginning, science, and embark on the science fiction adventure of trying to disarm one of the cores of one of the, I think, atomic power plants or something on the planet, an asteroid. And interesting part about this was that you had minimalistic skill sets, but you could play this game with your friends. Over the network. Everybody would control one character. It was a blobber in which you would go around and talk. No NPCs rather, no talking. But you would cooperate with your team and push boxes, jump over boxes, fight creatures, and so on. Really interesting, very immersive. Even though a lot of guns even a magic system. It was really a psionic system more than magic. But it was interesting that you could pick 4 characters out of, I think, pool of 12, and play with those. So you could have 2 battle androids, mercenary, medic, and so on, dependent on your playthrough. And of course, characters had different skills, so it was really nice. Another one was interesting. That was interesting to play was the Dark Sun. That's another of the AD&D settings. So Advanced Dungeons and Dragons settings were not only Forgotten Realms and Ravenloft and so on, but also the Dark Sun setting, which is a desert-like thing. And with some desert-like cultures and so on, shakes and so on. So very nice, a lot of psionic skills, multiple of AD&D skills, and really nice plot. I played it a long time. The problem with those games was that they were really buggy, and those bugs were sometimes game-breaking bugs, and unfortunately I had a game-breaking bug that I couldn't fix or patch or anything very far into the game, and I just was discouraged that I never finished the Wake of the Ravagers, so the second game. But I really would love to finish that game, but no longer. I don't have time for this one. There's more nicer games, so to speak. But at the time, I really loved that one. Dialogue system and everything. Really good experience. Another Koei game. So Japanese RPG mix is I'll just mention that Balor of the Evil Eye deals with the Celtic culture. So another like a Genghis Khan game. Another character-based RPG that goes into strategy levels. So you can have a lot of skill sets. Personal, so class-related stuff. Some classes could do some things, other classes could do different things in your overland map, and that's how you would govern your provinces and fight the evil Balors and evil creatures from the Irish mythology. Really neat thing. Sometimes I have this urge to give it a go one more time. So because it's a nice one. We've got more games like this one, like Age of Wonders or something. Pretty much, so pretty similar, but not quite like it. Lands of Lore, another blobber of the time. Really cool plot, nicer graphics, pre-selectable characters. And like other blobbers, you would go around, talk to NPCs, fight monsters, and everything would be in the labyrinth. So, storyline was cool, fighting the evil witch that tries to destroy the kingdom. So, and of course you had the pre-selectable characters that would change your gameplay, more health based or tank based gameplay, or more magic based gameplay, depended on your characters. Okay, Adam, Ancient Domains of Mystery is a game that actually tells if you're a hardcore CRPGer from a regular CRPGer. So this is a text-based game that you needed to print your key combinations to play it. Because the level of detail, even the graphics is completely text-based. There is an overlay at the bottom. You can see modern overlay that makes it graphical. But the thing is that this has an insane amount of details. Weights, different mechanics of a sword, durability, and how it affects the wounds. So this is absolutely insane. There's a huge mathematical system in the background, and the story is cool. So fighting for the world, for roguelike, one of the best roguelikes I have ever played. So this is really neat. Ancient Domains of Mystery started in 1994, still being developed to some extent.
Al-Qadim, the Genie's Curse, is not technically an RPG, but nobody cared at the time. So people were saying, but why are you talking about Al-Qadim like an RPG? It's not. It has a simple, simplistic health bar and nothing apart from that, just money and something. But we didn't care because the story was so cool and was in AD&D setting that everybody considered in an RPG. Very, very memorable plot, very memorable characters. Really nice, but not an RPG technically. So, but really worth mentioning. This is the one I didn't play, but I need to play this one because it's another RPG adventure blend about superhero organization that that is the lowest superhero organization out there, and they want to become on the level of X-Men or League or something like that. Very hilarious. I know that this is hilarious. I've watched several footages of that game. I never played it again, like myself, but I really need to give it a go. Everything says that it's really worthy. For some reason, I skipped it when it was like back then. I had it in my hands, but I never played it. That's how bad it was. I mean, my behavior was bad, not the game. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Arena and Daggerfall. So Bethesda before actually Morrowind. So Bethesda when it was great. uh, Arena and Daggerfall introduced walking over. Yes, this is the one that Ragnarok's recommended. Actually, yes, the one with superpowers. Exactly the one. So yeah, very hilarious one. But I don't want to delve too much because I haven't played it. So just wanted to show that there is something that is really high on my list that I haven't played. But Bethesda's games created Tamriel and whatever we know from later Morrowinds, Oblivions, Skyrims, and ESOs and whatnot. And the arena was absolutely great. So it was nice to walk like in the Doom, like first-person shooter-like graphics and with some really interesting plot and deep lore and everything. But Daggerfall exceeded everything because Daggerfall, as we call it, Baggerfall at the time, that's because it was bug ridden. It was a time when you couldn't download any patches, and it was having a lot of bugs that were game breaking. So, but then it introduced so big world that nobody could believe that the open world has hundreds and hundreds of kilometers when you could actually traverse that world, which was procedurally generated in real time. So, of course, everybody would use quick travel, but it was possible to go there on horse from point to point. Uh, the problem with those games is what is a problem in my opinion with all Bethesda games, that quests are too simplistic. They are always go somewhere, fetch something, and that was exactly with Arena and Daggerfall, and that's a problem. Go to the dungeon A, kill mob B in that dungeon, pick up an object C from the dungeon and bring it back to the NPC D. That's mostly the quest construction, but still. And I was telling you about those first-person shooters that people wanted to really have a blend of first-person shooters with RPGs. So there were three titles: Witchhaven, Hex, and Heretic, that would use fantasy genres and fantasy-based elements with spells, swords, and everything, and then make it a Doom-like game or a first-person shooter out of it. Pleasurable, really, but not RPGs. Just worth mentioning that there was a trend of this, and this trend, of course, was something else in the 2000s when actually our games, like the mentioned Oblivions and Skyrims, is actually that. So maybe we should call those RPGs. but there were some systems behind, but mostly it's action based. Not there are skill sets, numbers, but as with today's RPGs, action is what matters. Uh, Another interesting setting in AD&D that was gamified was Ravenloft. And Ravenloft is a system when there's an evil vampire ruling over the AD&D world. So there were two amazing games made of Ravenloft setting, Ravenloft as the Strat Possession and Stone Prophet. With really cool plot, NPCs, as you can see, the players talking to an NPC to the left, and there was a Menzoberranzan, which is based in the Underdark, in Forgotten Realms settings. So really nice, free movement, again, first-person shooter-like movement. But what's important about those games is that they introduce iconic characters. So you can see Drizzt Do'Urden, known from the AD&D very well, in the Menzoberranzan, and you've got Strad Zarovich, by the way, the vampire of Ravenloft, and as you can see him on the cover of one of the AD&D supplements there. So they started again like cash in on us feeling, oh, I'm meeting Drizzt in the game, Drizzt Do'Urden, I just read a book about Drizzt Do'Urden. So and here it is on the cover of the book with his Black Panther Gwen Whoever. So yeah, so this is like allowed people to feel like they're part of the story. Dungeon Master 2 was released at the time, but you know that games are getting better and better. So Dungeon Master the second, even though improved a lot with NPCs and traders and stuff like that, and Overland and everything, wasn't really a thing anymore because it felt really outdated. But really worth mentioning that there was a second part. So we reached chapter 3, and let's summarize it quickly. So graphics evolved. Action RPGs at the time are there. Storytelling and climate is everything. So epic storytelling is the thing that defines those games. The very first time that really player could feel the total immersion in those games. And CRPG is no longer a niche genre at this time. Everybody recognizes this genre. Stores and magazines would tell about RPGs, adventures, strategies, and so on. So this is like everybody knows this at that time. And of course, a majority of those things started to become a pop culture, not only from the source but from the games. So characters from the games are immediately recognizable at the time, and that's a thing that defined the later. So we've got the final chapter, which is the age of MS Windows. So you know that the technology was that DirectXs and MMXs and everything, and window apps were introduced. CD-ROMs are the huge thing, of course, and then we could dream about the virtual worlds and dream big. And at the very beginning, in 1995, when Windows 95 started, there was a very big thing about Windows-based games. So everybody was pushing things into Windows, as you can see here. So we had a lot of RPGs or scrolls like this one. One of those was Mordor: Depths of Dejanol. It doesn't have anything in common with Lord of the Rings. It was just named that way to sell better, but it was a really complex dungeon crawler with permadeath and everything, and shops and NPCs and whatnot. And as you can see, it looks like a old version of Word or something. And yeah, it was a cool game. So worth mentioning that the next level. Robinson's Requiem was a game that was created by those guys that created Ishar, and that's one of the most complex survival games I have ever played, with that very complicated survival system and health system. You needed to nourish your cold, heat levels. You needed to use proper clothes in proper environments. You could get flu. You needed to sew your flesh wounds. You needed to cook water, because otherwise uncooked water could kill you. amazing stuff. Very depressing sometimes because the world was a cruel place in this one, but it really needs to be mentioned because of this complex health system, the most complex there was ever there in RPG games. Definitely, I haven't seen anything like it. And 3D World was really immersive and impressive at the time. Stonekeep had a massive. This is an FMV game of a FMV era with a cool intro with actors and everything, and digitized and with cool voiceovers and everything. It's a basically dungeon crawler blobber with very memorable characters like Wahuka, like as you can see, Elf Enigma, dwarves, and especially dwarf Karzak, and Ice Queen, and Dragon, Golden Dragon Vermatrix, and a basic, absolutely memorable plotline. But the game is quite simplistic, and it's nice. I liked it. I played it twice or 3 times in my life. I still have the CD-ROM version of it, and I like the plot. And really nice. Very. There are still some cool songs that I remember from that. I'll share those songs on the group later on, maybe from one of the characters. And it felt like watching a movie at some points of this game. So FMV game, really, but an RPG. So worth mentioning. But if I was to tell somebody to start blobbers today, so probably from the 90s blobbers, the most accessible blobber is Anvil of Dawn. And Anvil of Dawn has everything to experience from blobbers, and the learning curve is absolutely okay. In today's terms even, voiceovers are neat. So the fun ratio of this one is probably the biggest of all blobbers out there. So if you want to check any of the blobbers from the 90s, Anvil of Dawn is where you should start. So one character, not a party, a lot of stuff, inventory management, character management, multiple character classes, but tied to preselectable characters. Okay, I will not talk about this one. This is from the 90s. Everybody knows Diablo. This is not an RPG. This is an action RPG. True RPG fans always found it somewhat boring because it was always about killing monsters. So at this time, when Diablo was released, we had our tastes focused on things like Albion or Betrayal at Krondor or everything like that. So Diablo was just not enough. We wanted more plotline. We wanted more excitement. That wasn't from action or from defeating monsters only. But every one of those RPG players had beaten Diablo more than once. So that's telling. And I'll just not tell you about that because everybody probably knows this game. Birthright, worth mentioning because this is a blend between RPGs and strategy games. And the thing is that as a strategy game, it was absolutely amazing. I love it because this is one of the AD&D settings called Birthright. And the Birthright setting is about kingdoms fighting with the evil Gorgon. And you picked a regent, so a character, tied to your country, and then you started govern the Phantasie country. Nice. Cool government system. Battles were also nice. I think it was the first game that featured somewhat of a real-time strategy battles, as you can see with the cavalry charge there in the middle, in the fantasy world. So it was amazing to look at. The problem of that game was the RPG element that you can see a description to the bottom to the right. On the bottom right. So this RPG system, the camera was acting crazily. The character systems during the RPG movements were broken. That's the word, broken. And even though questing could get you items or cool powers that you could use in the overland strategy, nobody would quest because it was so annoying. But there's people on GOG are still demanding from GOG to introduce Birthright as a remake option, or at least available option. So this game has still a number of fans, myself included. Again, strategy is cool. Well, we're reaching games that we'll not be talking much about because Fallouts, everybody knows those. The very important thing about this is that to tell is that Chris Avellone started his work on Fallout as well as Fergus Urquhart. So these guys are legendary game devs. And let me just light this lamp here. This book actually is one of the reviewers in that book is Chris Avellone. So the funny thing about this game is that that book is that there are some people that wrote articles in that book that say that they did that because they want to be in the same book with Chris Avellone. So yeah, but Fallouts. So what is to tell about those? No, well, epic post-apo experience with all GURPS systems. GURPS is a RPG system that could be used in any world, and that's the idea. Oh, Morrowind music just switch on. It doesn't matter. So yeah, you could do almost everything in that game except for crafting, because crafting was limited. But interactions with NPCs, traversing the wastelands, Fallout. I'll not be dwelling much on this game because one of the best RPGs of all time, at least 1 and 2. So yeah, many fond memories about people that remember the dog in the Fallout 2. I know a person who actually went berserk after the dog was killed in one of the battles, and then the player decided that because they killed his dog, then the player decided to kill the whole village in vengeance. So that's this game. I remember that in the new Reno in the Fallout 2, I played the porn star. I had a porn star career at the time in the new Reno, and I think I worked for the Bishop family. And I remember that going as a Bishop employee in a porn star, going to the highly conservative Wright family district would. So the first game when the NPCs attitude changes depending on how you treated them. Oh well, I'd say that this was, as far as I remember, all RPGs had to this to some extent, but I'd say the Dark Sun was before had this. So this one that's like desert-like, had it inside. So majority of those AD&D based had it before. So it's not the Fallout. Definitely Fallout wasn't the first. And Ultima 8 had the attitude and changing attitude. Ultima 7 had attitude changed depending on how you treated them. It's an old thing, and the top picks that I've just mentioned definitely have it. So Albion, everything. So Fallout has, of course, Fallout continues on those things and adds more cool stuff. Yeah, so the same story. Final Fantasy VII is for 90s kids, one of the most important games with memorable storyline, the best JRPG for many until some trails happened. So for those who want to play this game, I'd say go with the remake. Remake is controversial because they changed some things, they retconned some things, but I haven't played the new one yet, so I don't really know. I'm just repeating what I heard. But the old one and its story and memorable characters was absolutely amazing, and is one of the top RPGs of all time. But probably everybody knows Final Fantasy, so I'll not dwell on this too much. Uh, I just wanted to mention that there is something called Dink Smallwood as well from the same era. This was making fun out of the RPG. So Dink Smallwood he was a redneck that tries to be a hero. So let's see what he says on those screens. I love you, dead dragon carcass. Yeah, and wow, what a cool mushroom. So absolutely anti-epic storytelling. Redneck anti-hero that goes and tries to save the kingdom. I don't know if kingdom wants to be saved that way. Well, worth mentioning that there is a game. Still, someone still might appreciate its humor, so I'll just mention that. Okay, and again, another game that or game saga that I don't really want to talk about, because you know that. I believe everyone played Baldur's Gate. Everyone played Baldur's Gate 2. Everyone played Icewind Dale and later products. But I want just to say that you didn't. Whoa! Then you probably need to. So every AD&D game that. Okay, then I'll talk about it. We've got it's taking a lot of time now, but I'll spend it on it some time then. So every other RPG till then, before Baldur's Gate appeared, was adding characters, iconic characters like Dries Do'Urden, Alias, and so on. They were building upon the pen and paper stuff, Ravenloft, Forgotten Realms, Darkson, and so on. And Black Isle decided that they want to have all of this good points from all other RPGs and franchise and everything in one game. And then they created this isometric marvel of a game, or marvel of a saga, put in that game everything that AD&D people would love to see. So, not only you experience the one of the most iconic settings of AD&D, which is Forgotten Realms, which is Faerun continent, in that game, in those games really, but also all the iconic characters. So you meet whole party of Dries Do'Urden, the dark elf. Catti Brie, Bruenor Battlehammer, everyone is there. As you can see on the screenshot below, there is Dries there standing, and the situation that screenshot depicts is actually the party of characters led by the player trying to kill Drizzt, because Drizzt is the most powerful opponent in all Baldur's Gate 1. He's more powerful than the end boss. Drizzt is the iconic legendary dual scimitar wielding drow with extremely good reflexes. There's no better warrior in this whole world at the time. And so the Drizzt is absolutely insanely difficult to kill. I can tell you that the player tried to summon a lot of creatures to overwhelm Drizzt, so the Drizzt was focused with slashing those creatures when the party would try to nuke him with the ranged weapons or spells. That's what they tried to do here. But of course, the creatures died, and probably the whole party died, and then the player loaded the save game. But the save game in the Baldur's Gate 1 operates the way that it loads the state, but not necessarily removes the dead bodies of the previous save or the previous gameplay. So these are the bodies from the before save loading. So still, the iconic characters. Not only people like Elminster, which is the Gandalf of Faerun, is a red-clothed wizard that is the most powerful wizard of all, but also the most iconic monsters. So if you watched the Stranger Things, Netflix show, you know that boys in the Stranger Things, when they're playing D&D RPG, they would fight Demogorgon. They always talk about the Demogorgon, and when the evil monster appears in the Stranger Things, they call that monster Demogorgon. So Demogorgon is on the right picture. That's this monkey-like tentacled demon, and the Demogorgon is absolutely the hardest opponent to kill in Baldur's Gate 2 add-on called the Tower of the Guardian. Actually, Demogorgon is a prisoner of the tower, and of course our stupid party releases it, and Demogorgon gives them the choice. They can take all the loot and go away, and of course party says, no, we're the good guys, we're going to kill you. So they are trying to kill the Prince of Demons, and that's the horribly difficult fight. And the third horribly difficult fight is also from the Baldur's Gate 2. That red dragon is called Firkrag, and everybody, I think everyone who played Baldur's Gate 2 remembers Firkrag. He would give players hell. And the same about Icewind Dale. So the characters in that dragon, yes, Firkrag, Jordan Firkrag, you meet him and then you go to his lair, and he's an absolutely psychotic red dragon that you need to kill. Like Pinpinax said, this game will consume hundreds of hours of your life. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Let me tell you a story. In 2006, I would go to the United States to spend there some time because I was sent from my work because of the business reasons. And on my way to US, I would take two things with me. 3 first tomes of the Drizzt saga and Baldur's Gate 2. During that voyage, I spent 3 weeks in the US, and during these 3 weeks, I would go to work, return from work. Apart from some activities with some colleagues from work, I would normally stay at the hotel and play BG2. I was, of course, doing some traveling, sightseeing, and so on, but because I was not in the very interesting place. That was a rural area, village, basically a village. Then I just went checking around that village, and how much you can see in one village. So I was strolling a little, and then I would go back to the hotel, the place where I lived, and I would play that game. So whole 3 weeks, I managed only to scrap a surface of Baldur's Gate, and it was my 3rd or 4th playthrough. So it's, Pinpinax said it's going to take you 300 hours. I'd say it's going to take you a little more, like 400. Because there is so many things to do in that game. Baldur's Gate 1 is not that good if in comparison to Baldur's Gate 2, but it continues the same story. So you definitely want to play BG1 before playing BG2. Definitely. You've got the same character, actually. You need to import your saves or something. You've got the same NPC character. One of the NPCs is the same. Not one, more than one, actually. Yes, you should play it. So this is one of the top achievements of RPGs, probably the one of the best on the list, and if not the best. So for me, BG2, Fallout, Albion, and Betrayal at Krondor are complete kings and queens. So this is So this is, you should play it, definitely. This is one of the top achievements of RPGs ever made. So, and then you got the remade, it remade over a few last years. So this is absolutely a must play. And the same about Icewind Dale. Icewind Dale is this. It takes It features the same characters to some extent, so Driss and others will reappear, but Icewind Dale takes its place several decades before Baldur's Gate. So, and it's more hack and slashy, so the same systems, the same RPG systems are there, but it's more action or combat oriented, less story, more fighting. So, yeah. Yes, we'll get there. So, but before, let me just tell you about Septerra Core, another JRPG you need to know about. Excuse me, because this one has a really interesting story, absolutely cool lore filled, with the complex world built like in the best anime or best JRPG setting ever. Yeah, that's true. Thanks. So that's some call somewhat an internal joke. So it's not a people person, but still doing things for people. Like there's perhaps a joke in it, but Septerra Core is an interesting story about a very neat world, which is not a planet, but actually 7 layers upon layers of weird orbs turning around. So like in those astrolabium old systems made of brass. And we follow the adventures of Maya. She's a junker, which basically she collects junk on the lowest layer. So the people that live on the higher layer would dump their trash on her head, and whatever falls down, she would pick up and live like by selling those things. And then this is a cat. But then Maya, what's interesting about this game is that story is really cool. Magic system is great. She uses some kind of tarot cards to combine spells. Multiple characters, Mass Effect-ish way or KOTOR-ish way, because you've got a spaceship of sorts at some time, and you would pre-select 3 characters that would go with you. So Maya and 2 others. So like in Mass Effect. And the rest stays on the ship, and that's really cool because then you had different dialogue options, so the Mass Effect stuff. And what was bad about this game is that it has absolutely horrendous amount of battles. So I dislike games when I have to fight every 5 meters. So and every 5 meters I would have to fight some enemies, and there was a location that just made me mad, insane with anger on that game. But apart from that, it's a really cool achievement. Yes. So let's play the music from this game. Jagged Alliance. So what to tell? This is one of the most complex strategy RPGs that you have ever played. Actually, played to this day. It features 2 absolutely great mods that are actually enriching this game. Even though it's 20 years old, it's still one of the best tactic RPGs, or like UFO or XCOM, to play. So the plot is really smart. The mods sometimes enrich the plot, but you're a mercenary that is greeted by a man that escaped from some third world country that gives you a lot of money for trying to organize a resistance against an evil Queen Derdrana. And you would land on a parachute. First of all, you create your character, and the character, you create that character by answering some questions, and those questions are really neat. So I absolutely adore the character creation in Jagged Alliance. For example, one of the questions would be, if you wanted to see a fight, what fight would that be? Robocop versus Bruce Lee, or Batman versus Superman, or something like that. So then, based on your actions, the game would and your selections, the game would propose you some stats and perks. Then you could modify those if you didn't like those. But creating a kung fu master that throws knives and is silent like a shadow was completely an option in that game. Then you would land on your parachute in this in one of the places, and here the fun starts. The country is filled with evil police and evil militia that oppresses the people. Then you talk with NPCs, try to convince them to support you. There is a pilot and a chopper to recruit at one place. You can rebuild mines to earn money. Why do you need money? Because you've got your laptop with you. And with your laptop, you have a satellite connection and you can browse the 90s internet to hire new mercenaries. And oh boy, those personalities. The characters in that game, every character has its own, his or hers, their own soul. So here, I still remember, because probably I played so many times, Fox, on the picture to the right, her last name is Guzman. She's a Latino lady that's really cool with assault rifles and has a really cool personality when talking to people. So sending her to NPCs to talk to NPCs always yielded with some cool dialogue options or different activities. Shadow is a guy who is absolutely operates in the night, during the night, operates like an absolute shadow. It doesn't end there. You've got inter-character relations. Never, ever employ characters like Lynx and his wife, ex-wife. You in the beginning of the game, you don't know that Lynx and that his ex-wife is also a potential character. You don't know that. Possibly if you played the Jacked Alliance 1, then you might know it. But in Jacked Alliance 2, they're actually separated and after the divorce, and they hate each other. Absolutely hate each other. And I made that mistake. I had them together in a team, and they, during the mission, while walking through some village, they started arguing, and it ended with her shooting him on sight. So I just lost a very cool sniper because of a marriage disagreement or ex-marriage disagreement. And this is there are subquests, like there is a number of war criminals hiding in this country. Then you can hunting those and breaking their disguises and everything gives you money. Money you of course spend to extend contracts with your mercenaries, higher drops of weapons. I just still playable. People are still constantly playing it. Every time I mention it, it's like with the Bloodlines game. If one mentions this game, the other day someone installs this. So by the way, Radek told me that he played it 2 days ago. So and I completely get it. There's nothing better when it comes to the tactical RPG, and storyline is so cool, and there is a sci-fi element to it. When there is a switch when you begin the game, you can pick if you want sci-fi elements added or not, and if you want the realism with only rebels against Drana, then okay, you can do that. But sci-fi element adds alien-like creatures in the mines. Oh gosh, that's a wild ride. And mods are really awesome. They add plethora of weapons, new storylines, new NPCs, new dialogues, with full voiceover. It's not that just text. but again, don't expect to finish this game in less than 500 hours. I'm like probably it's possible to get there sooner, but when you release or when you free one town, then the Drana will send her backups and try to like win the village back, so you can do the like rinse and repeat. Tactics, cool, memorable characters. Everybody who played that game remembers one of the mercenaries' voice, Reaper's voice, who's an absolutely cold sniper that would respond to you with short phrases like, I'm on target. So, absolutely great. Just one word mentioning that before my Heroes and Might and Magic happened, so we got Might and Magic 7 and 8. Again, very cool systems. The most interesting thing about this game is that the first location of 7th game had the best tutorial I have ever seen in the RPG game, which there was a little island that had everything: dragons, labyrinths, mazes, NPCs, everything. And it was like the level was scaled accordingly to your introductory level, so it was really cool to actually explore all tutorials. Of course, this is actually the world, the same world in which Heroes of Might and Magic 3 takes place, so worth mentioning. So, System Shock 2. So, real feeling of cyber sci-fi horror. So, you've got an alien-like atmosphere, no NPCs. The only knowledge about NPCs you learn from radio communicates and pre-recorded voice messages. But you have a psionic magic, a lot of weapons, a lot of interactivity, and of course an evil AI that is on the ship that you actually need to understand what happened to the crew and what's AI doing there, why there are aliens on board, and so on. So one of the worst messages that were there 2 years ago, that everybody was waiting for the System Shock 3 or a remake of System Shock 2, and unfortunately the remake was cancelled. I think that legal issues once again. And hereby we reach the best of the best of the best games, not only in RPG genre, but probably games. So, Planescape Torment, written by Chris Avellone. By the way, Chris Avellone is also a writer for Knights of the Old Republic, and also a writer for an upcoming Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Created this marvel that happens in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons universe, but in a very different setting. So this is a sigil, the City of Doors, when all other planes mix. So if you haven't played that probably this one is the best. And following the story of our nameless one, the one that cannot die. So whenever you're killed in game, you will just respawn in the mortuary with some memory loss. He doesn't remember who he was, who he is. People that he meet seem to know him, but nobody wants to tell him who he is. He discovers things that he has some things tattooed on his back that everybody can read, but nobody wants to read it to him. Then he's followed by a number of ghosts that want to do him some harm, but he doesn't remember why. And then he's discovering the horrible and beautiful truth. Why, what? Memorable characters: the floating Skull Morte, the duck on the Gizzerai, the she-devil Anna. Yeah, I will not. I'll stop there. The highest praise, one of the biggest achievements of video games ever made. That's not very hard for me to state this out loud. So absolutely must play that. You have to go through that. every moment of that game was not only interesting because it was so new, everything was so new, not the mechanics, the creatures, words, way of thinking, everything was weird and new, uh, but also a plotline. Absolutely great. Another thing that I've remembered by some, there's a game created by then one of the Polish studio called Gorky 17. It's quite fondly remembered as one of the RPGs with commando types from the 90s. People still demand some remakes of this from time to time. Not the top or the biggest quality, but it was really nice and really pleasant atmosphere. Is a really pleasant experience. We're reaching near the end, so the 90s is also the dawn of the MMOs, and the one that, of course, is created by Richard Garriott, Lord British, and Star Long. That's the name of the guy at the bottom. He was called. His name is Star Long. Yes. So that MMO not only was the first MMO really, but it was one of the best one, if not the best one. So I till this very day, I still want to have the same feeling I have had in Ultima Online. Why that thing? Why it is even a thing? Because that was the only MMO that I ever played that you could play for a whole year without even fighting once. And it was classless system with non-combat oriented classes. You could do things, be successful with things that were not related to combat. I'll give you an example. When I was playing on one of the Polish shards, I was a inscriber wizard. So I would just spend my time socializing with other players, talking with other players, and inscribing scrolls for them, just so they could get those scrolls and cast spells out of those scrolls. So I was so crafty at that spell making that actually I would spend all my time in this Tassandora city when people would go to me, pay me money for inscribing scrolls just to meet with me. Hello, Master Wizard, would you inscribe a scroll for me? Yes, of course. And I would just as inscribe the scroll. I would earn a lot of money. I bought a house in that game because that game featured, of course, housing as well. And I just spent there talking to players. I was just a city living wizard that inscribed scrolls. Unforgettable. That was the game. Well, it's not only that. So that game had a lot of subsystems. There were board games, a lot of true, actual RPG happening. Of course, then when I wanted to go there, and when I was so absolutely wizard, real life NPCs, really, that's what it was. And when I wanted to just test my wizard skills with some trolls or something, I would go there and summon 2 blade spirits that would kill everything around. But it wasn't. It wasn't. It was really an RPG. People were so invested. Everybody made your time worthwhile. Of course, if you were into true RPG, so socializing. So let me tell you some stories. The very first thing about this game is that Lord British, so Richard Garriott, when he appeared in game, there was a guy called Reigns there that immediately casted on him the Firefield spell and killed Lord British. So you can see the NPC shouting, player shouting, Albi is dead, so Lord British is dead. Basically, players killed Lord British, so the iconic character was killed during one of the NPCs meetings. So a fun thing. Another thing is that there was a farmer on my server, a player playing a farmer without any fighting, but he was walking with his packed horse or llama or something, and his pitchfork and everything, and he would sell his produce, bread or something, in the city. and there was a paladin on the horse, and that paladin just moved a little too close to this farmer. Nothing happened in terms of game, so basically they just moved next to each other, right? But this farmer turned around and said, "Your lord spilled my grain," and hit the horse of the paladin's horse with his pitchfork, which was so hilarious because then you had these true fantasy-like interactions, and that was absolutely yes. It depends on the people that play it. Mm, yeah, so that's true. The thing is that people were more invested in Ultima and in systems that they have ever been in the Old Republic, because the Old Republic always put your gave you only the ability to be your Sith or Jedi or bounty hunter, and not really much else. If you wanted to be just a station clerk or vacant space dock droid, cleaner droid, then you couldn't do it. And maybe you wanted to be a cleaner droid in the vacant space dock. It would be interesting. So, yeah, yeah. So that's I played from time to time because storylines sometimes are cool and they were cooler over the past year. But this I will always think about Ultima when thinking about true RPG, true roleplay. So a lot of things they're really fond of it. So I just wanted to show you one more hilarious thing, which is when you died in Ultima online, then you would be this ghost, and the ghost could talk to another ghost, but other would see it as like, ooh. Only players that had a skill called Spirit Speak would understand ghosts. So then you could lose everything in Ultima, because if they killed you, there was some time after which everybody could loot your body, so you could lose everything. Then roleplay was really nice. Hey, you have tavern roleplay. Taverns would have checkers, chess, backgammon, and other games always. So at one time I was playing a pirate captain, because as you can see there were ships in game as well, which you could use and operate with other players or alone. So I was a pirate captain that would go to one of the cities just to spend time in the harbor and drink with other pirates in the tavern. I really never, on that character, I never went like inland or more or to any dungeon or anything like that. I was the pirate captain. so that's it. So we're slowly reaching the end. Hope slowly. This is like almost 10 p.m. Majority of those games are still playable, so go there and play them. Today's RPGs are still trying to like do the same stuff, do the same thing that those RPGs were doing. Take it slowly, focus on one, complete the one that you've picked if you liked it. Take it slowly, don't rush it, savor it. And I remember that tribute games are still made still, so people are trying to remake those games all the time. And what you should read or watch. So again, get that CRPG book. If you don't want to get the real format of it, then remember this address, because the PDF version somewhat poorer, but there is a PDF version to download on this blog. Of course, GDC conference postmortem, Ragnarok's channel, Cannot Be Tamed channel, Pro Jared, although he was involved in some controversies, I'm not sure if he still operates with those RPGs. And of course, Richard Garriott's interviews and his book, Explore and Create. So he has actually written a book when he showed. So thank you for staying with me on all this. That's that was difficult and probably very complex to start with, but hopefully you gain something out of it. And I I believe we'll see each other on the in the group, and then we can discuss more there. Maybe again, apologies for like my missteps in language mistakes and so on. That again, I find myself thinking in Polish mostly. I should be thinking in English, but you know this is really hard to switch sometimes, and then I'll just try to speak things in Polish, and then I just uh, turn the brake on, and instead I use an English word. This is should have, maybe my mind is tired or something. But you know, I'm not a people person, so that explains it probably. So thank you, and sorry for those mistakes. Again, I'll try to get this on YouTube or something, because then on Twitch it will disappear after 2 weeks. So maybe. Uh... Yeah, we're nerds. We're nerds, and we're playing games, and the world is different today, and everybody knows that games are cool, and everybody that plays those games today. Uh, Having a console is a cool thing among every social group right now. So this is a different time, but back then it was weird that I spent my whole 1998 vacation just to complete Ultima 8. And I would work during that time, because I would go to help on the farm with some farming works when some farmers would ask me to or something. But still, I would spend all my time doing this, and that's what it is, and that's how it is with us. So gladly, I'm very glad to share that content. I'm very happy that you're there to listen. Maybe you'll play some of them. Definitely, Melina. And anybody else who had never touched the Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale Planescape Torment, this is really important that you played that game. Uh, this is like one of the biggest achievements of humankind. I'm of course joking, but it was really something, and it still is in our minds. So that's okay. So there's of course more. Should you need it, we've got 2000s. We have other genres. We have a lot of things to talk about. So mm, the third part of with what? Because I don't. Baldur's Gate. Now I got it. Sorry. Yeah. Uh, so it's made by the Larian Studios, so I expect it to be like a Divinity Original Sin and a Divinity Original Sin 2. So the problem, I absolutely adore Divinity Original Sin and its mechanics. I love the fact that you can operate with everything and use environments to your liking and so on. The only thing that I am scared of is that Baldur's Gate wasn't a turn-based game. It was an active, like a real-time combat game with active pause. So Pillars of Eternity is like that today. So you could pause a game at every time, give commands, and unpause the game, and then it would unravel. And I'm kind of afraid that the Baldur's Gate 3 will make those battles slower a little because of that. Maybe that will make it more interesting. But there's bigger problem that I have with Baldur's Gate 3, which is because it's Divinity Original Sin engine, you've got party consisting of 4 characters only, and Baldur's Gate is 6 characters parties. So I really wanted it to be 6 characters, not 4. The bigger party, like the Fellowship, more than just super. So But if you like Divinity Original Sin, then you'll love Baldur's Gate 3. So yeah, of course there are also mods for Baldur's Gate 2. So and I don't want to talk about those mods because those mods are for completely insane AD&D nerds. But there are also mods for the older games. By the way, Baldur's Gate 2 has romance options. So I think that uh, this is one of the first games in which you could romance your party members. So one of the romances from Baldur's Gate 2 is one of the most memorable romances in video games, and I'm of course talking about Vikonia the Vir, because this is really she's if you know Japanese terms, she's a little bit of a tsundere, but more than that. So she's like her background is difficult. She's a dark elf, so she's evil, and she's run away from Underdark. So she's not only evil but hunted. Romance Vikonia, and you'll learn. uh, so yeah. But really memorable, a very long adventure, very long, very many locations, a lot of NPCs, a lot of recruitable NPCs. So I hope that Baldur's Gate 3 surpasses the Baldur's Gate 2 in all those things. People who've seen it and who are guardians of Baldur's Gate 2 legacy say that Baldur's Gate 3 is everything it should be. So I really hope it's going to be cool. I basically love Larian Studios games, so I'll play it. More waiting for Bloodlines 2, to be honest. But yeah, I'm a Vampire the Masquerade complete insane nerd. So yeah. Okay, let's wrap it up. Our session is 4 hours 25 minutes long. So thank you for participation. And thank you for being here with me. And till the next time, hopefully we'll meet with some But you know, there was a lot of things to talk about. But I bid thee farewell, and see you next time. Hopefully you'll have a great evening. Cheers!